Ooh, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, wait, this is Monday night. So it is almost the end of Memorial Day. Hey, Miss Pearl. And I thought about this yesterday, the other day, and what do you do on Memorial Day? Meaning, it's to remember all those who've died and served in previous wars. Wars. So what do you say? Happy Memorial Day? Wait a minute, we're supposed to remembering dead people. Well, happy Memorial Day. It just sounds dumb. So I was going to do, I have several folks that have been in the military service, and my granddaughter being one, my half brother being in the Navy. Both of them were in the Navy separate times. But the idea, though, that, what do you say on Memorial Day? Happy Memorial Day? Anyway, that's just one of my little glitches that I've developed over the years. Like, you know, folks, Memorial Day means, and them folks that served, okay. But, it means going to the beach. It means going fishing. It means doing all the, hey, Jody, how are you? And Pearl, Barry, Elderberry, and Isby. Hi, how are you, Isby? I hope things are working out for you and etc. But so I have said my prayers today for folks and actually started yesterday kind of thing. And just that, for all the folks who, served in whatever armed forces and even in the Coast Guard too. Now, don't cut them, them Coast Guard folks, they go through a bunch of stuff. So I know that, in the armed services, they get a bad rap that, because of the Coast Guard, they're not actually any kind of real military, but they have guns on their boats, their ships. They have gunboats, they carry pistols and stuff. They guard the waters of the United States. Ain't that military? Just saying. So, support your local Coast Guard. And for them other, for the Navy who likes to pick on them, y'all cut that out. Oh, is Scratch still in the neighborhood? Hey, Scratch, you were first, actually. So tonight's little thing, you always hear me say that, and I mean it, that a couple of days ago, they hit me up with this thing with these three words: gumption, glory, and guts. And I was like, okay, now what do you mean about that? And well, it takes guts to live in this world today. You know, it takes gumption by all means to continue in this world. And I was like, so where does glory come in? And they were like, if you survive all this mess, you can bask in your own glory. And I was like, some bitch. Yeah, okay. My grandfather-in-law was in Germany, bodies of the battlefield. Yeah, that was a horrible job. I knew a lady who was in Germany. She was a young girl, like maybe 12, after right after the war. And some of the things she said she saw and they had to do, and the American soldiers made them do it because Germany. Well, the civilians, honestly, uh, if you're in the heartland of America, do you really know what's going on around? I mean, back in the day, there was only propaganda. Of course, guess what? In America, since they repealed the Smith-Mumford Act, all we get is propaganda too. So, you know, um, interestingly enough, it's almost 20 after, in fact, like a minute, and I'm sitting here packing my 20 bowl. So, you know, in the idea of spiritualness, I kind of go around and hang around, see what's going on in different chat rooms, and I usually don't say anything. I just kind of lurk and see what folks are talking about, and Jesus is coming in, on a cloud, but if that cloud is an alien ship, well then, Jesus is evil. So, but anyway, so how's he supposed to get here? If he's coming back and all. But with that said, though, let me cap this off. Then came home in the South. Oh God, Emmett Till. Yeah, there's being that I live here in the South, there's a lot of history about local legends and lynchings and stuff back in the day. It was not nice. It just was not nice. But at the same time, not every community was like ready to go lynching people. So it depended on the circumstance. The black man was always at fault. And if you've ever read the book or watched the movie To Kill a Mockingbird, absolutely ought to see it or read the book. We had to read it when I was in high school. We had preferred reading thing over the summer, and To Kill a Mockingbird was one of them. So anyway, great movie. It's about history, and it shows that this white man really liked this black man. And but so because she was white and he was black and handicapped at the time, tried to hang him on some kind of thing, and that he had raped her or something. And would actually, come tell that she was actually secretly in love with him, and had tried to seduce him at times. He was a handyman in town or something. But anyway, um, so because he kind of jilted her, then she, went the other way with it. Like, if you won't pay no attention to me. But anyway, so um, that wasn't necessarily the way it was all the time. It was just that people will accuse people of things because they're ashamed for themselves. Well, years ago, I got blamed for something that my brother did, and to this day, everybody still believes it was me. I didn't do it, but so whatever the reason is that the person lies, and in my day, I've told some whoppers, okay, I ain't gonna. Woodrow Champ Jackson is well known in Memphis. For what, Pearl? But yeah, have a have a have a toke if you have one. It's to 20 after 20. Oh, 21 after. But so anyway, this guts, gumption, and glory. So I had my guides, say, I've waited 3 days at least, because I was like, it seems, I don't know, what do you mean by this? Well, and going through a couple of things, and chewing on my cud, is that opportunity. Like, well, so what do we mean by guts? Well, guts is inside, right? And you spill your guts if you get caught with something, or you don't, or that's a gutsy move. you know. So this idea of guts being internal, and also, but that it's that, if if he's cowardly, he ain't got no guts. He's gutless, as the old westerns would do. You gutless fool, you. Why don't you stand up for your old lady in the farm? So, but he gutless varmint. And so shot shot him in the back, that gutless varmint. So, but um, so if he's got less, that means but if he's got a bunch of guts, then he's the first man up the hill with the machine guns, and he makes it, or no. But it takes a lot of guts. So now, in watching, folks in the spirituality realm, as it were, and some of their remarks and things, and oh, it's if it wasn't for the goddess, it would be this, and all men are pigs, and well, oh, back that bus up just a little bit. Let's see. Divine, the divine is both male and female. Remember that. And then there are men who think that everything is about them, and women, no, that ain't right neither. And what it is, it's the harmony between, quote, the sexes. But here lately, you don't know if you can even say, well, he's of a, they are from a, what, an opposite sex? What? Well, transgender. Well, what's opposite of transgender? Oh, holy shit. You're going to get yourself in trouble in a heartbeat, right? Well, I'm a cis, and I'm a this, and I'm a that, and you're a, holy crap. And all I want to do is say, thank you, ma'am, or thank you, kind sir. Well, wait a minute. He looks like a guy. I think it's a guy, but I'm assuming because he has a beard and, that it's a guy. And so I say, thank you, sir, for holding the door for me. Wait a minute. I said, sir, which is implying a gender, right? Oh, holy crap. So you just want to say, thank you, ma'am. Wait a minute. Maybe she's not a ma'am. Maybe she don't like that. When I was young, and we said yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, and you got your face smacked if you didn't. So, in these days and times, how are you supposed to recognize and honor someone by saying thank you, ma'am, or thank you, sir, or ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Hang on, wait, can't use that no more. Now, here's my thing about that. I think it's going to take guts for people to stand up and go, I'm sorry. If you little mealy mouth over there is, doesn't feel included, because I said, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, that I somehow did not include you. Good evening, people. Good evening, folks. But oh my God. But it's going to take guts for people to stand up. Now, in the state of Georgia, I did not check the recent poll, but how many people, were for or against men competing in women's sports in the state of Georgia? And everybody I heard said, right. The video I did last week about TYT being, racist bigots. I drove through Moultrie yesterday, and white folks, black folks. Now, in Georgia, when Herschel Walker was playing football, when it came time for Saturday in a football game, it was run, Herschel, run. Sort of like run, that movie about, what's his name? Run, Willis, run, or whatever. Uh, I can't think of the name of the movie now, but, with Tom Hanks. But so anyway, so I'm riding through Moultrie, and in nice neighborhoods, medium neighborhoods, in the slummy neighborhoods, white, blacks, mix, Mexicans, run, Herschel, run. And they're all voting for Herschel Walker for senator. Now, I thought that just like, down here in South Georgia, Well, big football fans in Colquitt County, but the fact that all over town were, Herschel Walker for senator, where other people are saying, "Oh, he's the dumbest," Forrest Gump, thank you, Barry. Run, Forrest, run. Okay. I'm in an odd mood tonight, so I'm just kind of bouncing all over. But to stay on topic, though, as far as guts, so Herschel had to have the guts to run for senator, whether he's qualified or not. I, the people who are elected now ain't qualified. If you think Nancy Pelosi is qualified, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? So we'll leave it at that. But somebody's got to have the guts to stand up who's not a part of any establishment and try to make things better. So gutsy. That was a gutsy move. Now, so what does this got to do with spirituality? Well, because there's a lot of people. Hey, Alex, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Chloe, I'm sorry, I missed you. Um, I didn't, but my brain did. Um, so there are folks who are like, alternative lifestyles. Well, me and my partner, we believe in the cosmic dolphins, you know, and, they come from a water planet and they transition here. Okay, Oh, by the way, starting in a little bit, is supposed to be a bunch of meteors coming in. That means like rocks and junk, you know. Uh, just saying, rocks and junk. Um, I guess you could say the universe is getting its rocks off tonight. Oh, that's a bad one. Very bad. Boop. Push that one to the side. But so you gotta have men and women both have to have the guts to speak up. Now, there are some folks who are speaking up, going, we need to have all these different kind of gender roles. And, boys in high school should, if they feel transgendery, that they can walk into a woman's, the ladies, the young ladies, locker room or bathroom or something. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no. Okay. Separate bathroom, you got to go down the hall, you got to go up the stairs, and there's this little thing in a closet. Okay, you get to go there, or admit you're a boy or a girl. Ding-a-ling, yes or no. That's the answer. So but people are going to have the guts to stand up to this. Now, the Catholics are, so I monitor the Catholics and what's going on, and the Vatican and all them folks are just nuts. And then there are the folks who are trying to keep Catholicism back in the old days and back before the ecumenical council, way back when in the 60s, that changed everything in the church and so forth, and make it more ancient. They want to go back to the old way. Well, there are a lot of folks who would really like that, but that means that talk of marrying gay folk in the Catholic Church is out. Discussion of abortion is out. But now, if a third or more of the Catholics would like to see a return to the old Catholic uh, ways and Mass and so forth, and that's what they would prefer in order for them to profess their faith and practice their religion, then okay. Um, but they have to have the guts to stand up to guess who? The fake Pope, who is the Antichrist, by the way. So, guts in science, got to have guts. What about spirituality? Well, if somebody's reading tarot, now this ain't against nobody that does card readings, okay? Tarot. Personally, I'm against tarot, but we'll leave it at that. But oh, that's very active here tonight. trying to let him in and out. But anyway, so but it's the idea of the death card and the this and it's satanic and it's tied to old. Okay, so anybody who believes in tarot or tarot or anything in between, to him too, right? Hi, Duggar. Um, but you know, they're somehow evil or attached to spirits, or well, I read, you know, the spirit card, pull things, and the spirits talk to me. So, I must be some kind of weird evil person, right? Now, it depending on where your quote religion is, or your religious beliefs, or let's just say your spiritual beliefs. So, in your spiritual beliefs, if you believe that everything, you know, all of your relations, plants and animals, trees, birds, dogs, water, rocks, everything is to be honored because it was made by the Creator. So, or God, or angels, and, you know, it took some help. But the idea, though, that people say, well, I can't believe that. If I believe that, then, you know, what do people think about me? Now, I went through this years ago. And when I was doing my studying and so forth, I was learning for myself. I wanted to walk the good red road. I wanted to be able to, whatever my spiritual path was, I didn't agree with any of the churches. I still don't, you know. Do churches do, can they still do good things? Yeah, but from a worshiping kind of thing, but I don't worship anything. But I give honor to a bunch of stuff. To you, I honor all of you people that come to this channel and sit and listen, whether you participate or not. And there are folks who don't participate, and it's all right. You don't have to. The fact that you tune in, I've got 4 or 5 new subscribers in the last 2 weeks. You know, I don't promote folks to come and watch my channel, but I'm still getting folks that are subscribing to the channel. So one way or the other, whatever my conversations are, has helped people, and I hope it will continue to help people. So anyway, um, what I get out of this for you is I hope to save your soul. I hope to give information that will help you make your own determination. Because I can't sit here and say, you know, Barry or Chloe or Alex, you need to believe this. Well, if you're going down a particular path, I can talk about that. And, you know, there are certain things that it's like, if you want to become a shaman, there are certain rules that I didn't make them, you know, that you're just going to have to learn these things on your journey if you choose that strict path of a shaman. Now, if most folks just want to stay on the good red road, that good red road is Native Americans and other folks too refer it to it, but the red road is being good. It's just being a good person. You know, you honor all things. You know, you make sure that people are, you know, in within your family are fed or taken care of, or that whatever it is, and you honor life and you honor other people and you honor yourself by being a good person. Not anything spiffy. You don't have to donate tons of money or anything. That's not it. Just be a good person. Help out when you can. It's nothing more than that. It doesn't need to be complicated. But life jumps in and makes it complicated. Okay, so first off, for whatever religious, spiritual thing you may be looking for, you have to have the guts to go, well, I'm going to start reading the Bible and I'm going to believe in Christianity versus Muslim or, you know, Hindu, Buddhist, you know, okay? So this idea that I got the guts. I bought me a Bible, and I went to a Christian church the other day. Says this person over here that ain't really there, but Are you there? So the idea, though, that it's like, okay, so you had enough guts to make a decision, right? Well, at least I'm going to try it. I'm going to go here, see how I like it, keep an open mind, but I'm headed in this direction versus demonology or the dark arts or or Catholicism, which is in that same realm. But sorry about that. Nine. There are a lot of good people who are Catholics who don't know they're attached to this other stuff. God love them, that they, I hope in a way they never find out because they'll lose their faith and lose their jollies. So you've made that decision. You've had enough guts to say I'm headed in this direction. There are some people who just don't believe in God or spirit or creator, nothing. They don't believe in nothing. Okay. So but that's the choice they made or have made. Now they can change their mind anytime they want to, because that's one of the things that Creator, God, and a lot of angel folk will agree that we have free will. Now sometimes we are physically and or mentally and possibly spiritually shoved in a corner and your choices are slim. Like the Nazis invading Poland. They didn't get a lot of opportunity, not many choices in a situation like that. So, but in other situations, you work someplace and the boss comes in and says, okay, these are the new standards and you're going to do this. Like get a shot or wear a mask all the time or, and so you have the opportunity then well, I can't quit my job. But if you don't like what the boss man says, you can. You can bitch and stand up and be gutsy, but you could get fired. But to the point though, have you got enough guts? Now, sometimes you ain't got a choice. If you got to get wear a mask or get a shot to keep your job, to feed your family, then that's what you got to do. Now, as much as I might, there were things that I've done in the past as far as jobs are concerned that I did anything I could to earn enough money, which usually wasn't very much. I've been a poor man almost all my life. I'm not bitching. I've just been in that lower class category, and it's hard to break out of that. So when I made $40,000 the last year I worked as an engineer, I thought I was top dollar, but I was competing with people who were making literally $100,000 more than me every year, sitting across the hall. I'm making 40, they're making 140 anyway, and I'm fixing the problems. But I kept my job for 7 years when they had fired a lot of other people at $140,000 a year, so I was saving the money and I was glad to have the job. But if I could have argued, hey, you guys need to pay me more, they were like, get out of here. And that's how that ended. They didn't want to pay me anymore, and they were dropping people off and um, firing people and then putting more of a workload on me. That don't work. But you have to have the guts to stand up at some point and go, nah, we need to renegotiate my salary. We need to work this out. Can we talk? So that's the guts part of it. Now, moving into the gumption part of this, you know, guts, gumption, glory. So, gumption. Well, so now you've had the guts to buy the Bible. You've had the guts to go to a church. You've had the guts to participate and to see about your spiritual journey if you choose to go on a spiritual journey. Now, the depth of that journey is you can go to church or or you could become a priest or a nun. Differences, right? Same religion, same church, but you're devoted to your Jesus and God like I was with Mother Mary and the Catholic Church. And I still have that connection, but there are other people who don't look at it that way. So view of how they look at the Catholic Church is Jesus died on the cross. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, nothing wrong with that. But in the long run, it's just sort of a bigger thing where I was more focused for me. So everybody has their own spiritualness within whatever spiritual journey they're on. If you're Catholic or Baptist or whatever, you're going to find your spirituality within those confines. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. If you're trying to be spiritual and that's where you find it, take it. You know, don't jump off the bandwagon and go, well, I don't know. Dave said the Catholic Church was a lie. Well, but I would rather have you going to mass and singing and praying and communicating with people than I would have you just floundering in the sea. Okay. So, a lesser of two evils. I mean, evils. So, but what's up with that, right? So now gumption means I've made a decision. Gumption means, in this instance, you got to have enough gumption to follow through. You got to have enough gumption. If the rules say this, then follow them. Well, my church doesn't like gay marriage. Well, then if you want gay marriage, then don't go to that church. It's it should be kind of cut and dried, right? So, but and the thing is that you still can change your mind. Well, I went to a Catholic church and it just didn't feel right. Okay, try another church or try another religion. Try just going to somewhere like the Society of Friends, and they get together on Sundays or sometimes Saturdays in the afternoons, and they just get together. And sometimes they read poetry, sometimes they tell a life story, and there are people who get together. Guess what? The building for the Society of Friends, some would call Quaker, the Society of Friends, the church is a cafeteria. It's a meeting hall. So, like most Christian churches, build these churches that they use on Sundays, and if you're Baptist or sometimes Methodist, you go on Wednesdays services. But during the week, the building just sits there empty. The Society of Friends, because I knew several people years ago, and I'm like, that's for me. If I got to go, quote, worship with somebody, they serve breakfast for the homeless, and then they rearrange the chairs, and from 10 until 11 or 12 is church on Sundays. And then when they get done, they break from church and rearrange the tables and chairs and serve lunch. So the building, they're practical minded about this. Yeah, we got a building, but it ain't just a church. And it doesn't just sit there to worship God. No, it's a cafeteria, it's a multi purpose room, and people can use it for this or that. And so I was like, now that's more my style after I left the Catholic Church. But for me, then I realized my path was much more different, and it wasn't just the Christian angle, it was more broad. So, okay, but see, that's my choice. So I had the guts to get out of the church because I was be damned and going to hell and all these other things that since I ain't a Catholic, I'm but I still say my prayers to Mother Mary. So I know confliction, nah. Am I still caught in the dogma of the church? No. I have had my visions and my own personal beliefs with Mother Mary over the years, and that's that. Having nothing to do with Catholics. It's just who she is to me. Now, with that said, but you got to have enough. I couldn't spell chutzpah, but you got to have enough chutzpah, right? You got to have enough Cajones, to follow through. If you're going to be a Catholic, then be a Catholic. If you're going to be a Presbyterian, be a Presbyterian. If you're going to study this, then study it. But don't just go half brat, nah, because then you're fooling the universe. And people say, well, yeah, I'm a Presbyterian. But they haven't been to church in a year. Okay, well, somebody say, well, what denomination would you be? I would say Native American, other. And I'm not sure if I want a priest to come and do the last rites on me or not. I have thought about it over the years, and the older I get, and there are a lot of folks that are younger, me dying off now lately. Um, Ray Liotta died. He was 2 years younger than me, uh, and some other folks too. But to the point though of things. So um, I don't know if I want the priest doing them last rites with oil and this and that, and I don't know. I don't know. Just because I was baptized a Catholic, I don't know if I want to go out that way. Now, so um, the gumption to follow through on your convictions. Now, here's the thing: if you find out you don't like being a Catholic, but you like the idea of Christianity, then find something that suits. So you haven't lost your religion. You still believe in Jesus. You still believe in certain things in the Bible. So you are in that group. Nothing wrong. Or maybe you say, I kind of believe in Jesus, but there's just something about this Buddha stuff, and there's just something about it. Okie doke. But if you're inclined and it makes you feel spiritual, if you go to mass or church or whatever, I love, going and singing them hymnals. Like Miss Pearl and I talked about it. I love them Negro spirituals. Oh my God. I love clapping and doing, and I really, and respect them highly for that. Um, them being the black churches that still have those types of services. Now I ain't into all the music and stuff, but I mean a good shirt up choir and some good clapping, yeah, buddy. So, but anyway, well, but wait, I'm non-denominational, but I would go to a black church and go sing with them in a heartbeat. So, because white people just don't do it, they just don't. Ain't got no rhythm. I'm here to tell you. Ain't no hand job about them folk. But so, but in the spiritual realm of things, I mean, if you feel spiritual just by going and sitting under a tree, and you can hear nature talking to you, and you can hear God talk to you or whatever, and you feel uh, elated, you feel spiritually enhanced, or oh my God, you can see the world differently, and it helps you quit smoking. Or for me, I quit being angry all the time, and it just there's so many changes. I've been how many years of doing videos now, so I've talked about me a lot. But to the point though, I have to learn something. Talking about it, and reflecting on what I've gone through, if I don't learn something from it, then what good does it do? And so why should I even say that I'm a shaman in training, or that I'm on the good red road, or any of that? Why would I make a claim like that? What, to like make good with the creator? Hey, are you listening? Hey, I got a drum. I'm kind of like a Native American. I got Cherokee in me. Hey, are you listening? I ain't doing it for that. I'm doing it because I feel it, and through that feeling gives me more understanding of the universe. Do I know how everything works out there? Nah, I don't want to know. There are some things that I'd be curious about to have some more information on, but do I really want to know how the universe works? Just give me the highlights. Give me an outline with bullet points. And, so I can go, oh, wow. But the truth, you know what I mean? So the gumption part, how many folks have got gumption anymore? I mean, they start out with something and they, oh, like, and the new agers, oh, I got crystals and I talk to my crystals and they tell me this. And and I look at them and I go, okay. Now try not to, you know, um, look down on folks, but there have been some people that I have listened to about how this particular crystal has told them all these things of all this stuff, and I just don't find any of it believable. Now, to them, okie doke. If it makes sense to them and it's their experience, I ain't gonna say it ain't happened or they haven't experienced it. Eh. But in listening to myself as I hold my crystal, and it vibrates differently, and it says, "Nah, Dave, that's horseshit. That's whatever they're saying right there. That's horseshit. Here, this is." And so over many years of of all the crystals that I have around me, here's one. This just a piece of rock. It's been chipped and nagged, and it ain't pretty at all, but it's a very powerful stone. So I talk my crystal stuff too, but at the same time, I have to like chew my cud on things that the crystals might tell me. Can crystals can they help you to see into other dimensions and other realities and things if you're careful? But there are some people who I think their imagination just goes crazy with them, and but they want everybody else to believe that these crystals talk like this and this is how they act, and I go, I've been doing crystals now for almost 50 years. And I'm sorry, but my experience is different. And where you new agers over here with your candles and your little altars and stuff, okie doke. Um, none of this stuff, or let me put it this way: very little of what I've heard over the many years of listening and trying to learn from other people, none of it really resonated. Maybe 10% of it, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to knock what you believe, but I'm sorry, that doesn't resonate with me. Now that's gumption, and what I mean by that, well, for every person that's held a crystal, and there are people who pick up a crystal and things will flash through their brain. I've had people put the crystal down and go, "Holy crap, that was weird," because I've done it. Okay, and not sure what it was, but holy crap. So there is absolutely energy tied in with crystals of different types, styles, where they came from, how they were handled from the time that they came out of the ground to distribution and until they reach your hot little hands, right? So, and somebody might have handled it, a crystal, a bunch of people could have handled it if it's a rock shop and they come in and everybody picking it up, right? So you say, well, the images or whatever you've seen, they must be this. Au contraire. They might be somebody else's stuff. Somebody else picks up this rock and goes, wow, this is really cool. Let me hold this and meditate on it. And they leave their imprint. Okay. And there are some people that hold it around the edges and go, well, that's nice. And then there are some people who grab the rock. Now, what's that got to do with gumption? You have to sometimes have gumption enough to tell somebody, some of these folks, that may be true for you. That's that. I Does it resonate with me? No. But if it resonates with you, you go for it. Okay. But if you're trying to convince the rest of the world that this is true in all cases, as some people years ago used to do about crystals, they just knew it. They just and I'm sorry, but I just I still think some of their ideas were just a little kooky and a little too far out there. Now, I believe in UFOs and interdimensional beings, so I'm pretty much out there. But what some of these folks have tried to parlay, convey, or whatever, my folks would just go, nah, BS. They would tell me, or sometimes they just break out and guffaw. Like, that is the silliest damn thing I ever heard. But anyway, yeah, Miss Pearl, that sometimes that ain't enough. That's why I always tell folks if I give somebody a crystal or, uh, which I've given away a bunch over the years, and hopefully I'll be able to give some more away over the years. Knock on wood, I'm still around. Um, but I tell them, I say, go home, get some salt water. If you got sea salt, okay. You don't have to go out and buy any special salt because salt is salt. Now, if salt's from the Himalayas, it's got other minerals in it, but the idea of salt is salt. It's just salt, okay? Himalayan salt just has other things with the salt, okay? The salt is still salt, that has not changed. It's what's with the salt. So, oh, but it's different salt. No, it's salt. But it's what's maybe attached to the salt. But anyway, so sea salt is kind of sort of more some folks, but listen, I've cleansed, get the non-iodine iodized salt. Just get a thing of salt, just regular salt. And be generous with the the salt in whatever container. Don't use plastic. I would use glass or ceramics just because plastic just don't interact right with stuff. But anyway, and soak them and pick them out, rinse them off, look at them, and ask them, "Are you done yet? Are you clean yet?" And if you feel inclined to put that crystal back in the water, put it back in the water. Don't ask because you already received the answer. And if you pick up the crystal and you look at it and you go, "Yeah," and you rinse it off and it stays out, that's the answer. Well, I don't know, but if you pick that crystal out of the water and you go like, and you just some inclination just says, "Let me drop it back in there." Stir that salt up some more. Maybe pour the water out depending on the situation, and add a little some cleaner salt. The salt helps to absorb the negative energies out from the crystals. That's I still believe it. That's what folks have been telling me for years. I've tried it, used it, and from my own personal experience, salt and then sage. If I'm doing a ceremony or whatever, and the crystals have been sitting on the table or something, if there ain't nothing weird going on around me, I will sage it before I use it in a ceremony. Absolutely, kind of freshen it up. But so anyway, years ago, I was intimidated by these people that had their own YouTube channels. And so when I would bring up certain subjects, and I've got books upstairs on this, I got 6 or 7 or at least books on crystals, right? Their uses and things and stuff. So I'd bring, topics up for discussion like you all do in the chat, and they would run me out. And they were like, "Well, you can't bring your ideas like that in here." I was, just hang on. I would ask a nice, specific question. What about this with like lapis lazuli, for example? There are many, it's told that men should wear lapis all the time. Okay. And I had a piece, it's in a medicine bag, but I don't wear my medicine bag all the time because it's too damn big. But to the point though, so, and I would ask questions, you know, "Oh, well, if you don't believe what we believe, then just get out of here." And I was like, who made you king, God, and whatever on the subject of crystals? Just because you have 1,000 subscribers, don't make you, you have an opinion. I'll listen to it. Let's discuss this. And so I learned that I know just as much as some of these folks because I've studied it for the last, 50 years. And that's not a lie. I'll be 70, in September, 69 and three quarters. But so it's from my own observation and watching other people and interacting with other people. You have experience with salt. It's all that salt lick. Yeah. Hang on. So anyway, um, but you got to learn. Everybody's got to learn. But there are some of these people who are just presume that the information they've got about these rocks and crystals, there's no denying they are absolutely 110% correct all the time. And I'm just sorry. Um, Jody, Mr. Noel, when it comes to crystals, Dunnies did say the Palladians do have crystals they consider to be holy rocks. What significance does a crystal have for any real spiritual use? Just curious. Different minerals, meaning crystals, there are salt crystals, there are amethyst crystals, there are quartz crystals, there are crystals of emerald, there are crystals in all kinds of stuff, right? So a crystal isn't just one of these, all right? And it's a milky white, it's not clear. But this particular rock, now, I don't know if you can, let me see, can I get it to where? Can you see the serrations that are running across the crystal this way? There's some that are really deep. I'm trying to get it to where it reflects into the camera just right. Now there are a bunch more that are a lot, you know, you have to look closer at and get the light just right. But this thing is surrounded, and some of the lore about these crystals are that when they have these these marking striations on them, that they're for healing or this or that. And so, but anyway, I've had this crystal for at least 20 years. Okay, I mean at least 20 years. And so there are crystals that are high energy, and they're, let's see. Okay, here's one. Can you see that there? Now, see, this one doesn't have any striations on it. This thing's clear. You can see me through it, you know. Now, this is mostly natural, but the bottom has been polished by somebody that's into lapidary, which means rocks. But so this crystal, if I want to work on somebody, somebody is sick or feeling bad, something's out there in the universe, and I want to boost my personal energy to like shove it out into the universe versus just little old me just sitting here talking. And so I want to really increase the my energy flow. So there are certain times when this will go in my right hand, and then there are times when I can't put it in my right hand; it won't go. I have to put it in my left hand. And some crystals will feel cold to the touch, and other crystals you can grab them and hold them for a section for a second or two, and they literally feel warm. They're like vibrating energy, and they are okay, because crystal radios and crystal this and that, crystal diodes are made from crystals, okay, and they slice them in ways to get the frequencies just right. You know, crystal radios, digital, I'm sorry, watches, right? And so it'll hit this frequency of the rock and it will be the same frequency every time. So that's what makes it tick, so to speak. So those folks who are adept at using crystals, and I know some folks who are very good at it, and they're not into this new age stuff. They use crystals, they sage them, they bless them, they speak into them. For example, if you're using a crystal, then one way to charge it after it comes out of the sea salt, or maybe you just need, maybe it just needs to go outside and just be outside. It just needs out of your house or whatever. It just needs to go out. But when you bring it back in to tune it to yourself, then speak into the crystal as you hold it. Say, I love you, and gently blow onto the crystal, which love and energy and so forth, and you aim it towards the crystal to charge it. Now, some folks, they don't charge the crystals. They're like, well, I'm going to hold it. I'm the only one. Okay. But I've always acknowledged crystals because they do convey energy. Uses a crystal as telescope. Yeah. Uh huh. Yes, sir. Like an energy tuning fork. Yep. And so I've got amethyst, which is the blue, right? And so if you want to have lucid dreaming, or so amethyst is used, you know, differently. It's more for um, calming. You want a resolution to something, you know. But anyway, and then there are um, I just so happen to still have several crystals around me here. So let me get the, oops, hang on. Have to move everything around. Get the camera back. Well, maybe I can. This crystal, if this thing will focus at all, is kind of smoky colored. It won't focus right, but it's got striations on the side, and um, there are different, you know, like this side here. Where is it? They would call this a shovel nose right here because it's smaller on this end and it looks like a shovel, sort of like. And so these are have particular energies, but this particular one is a smoky quartz. It's not really clear. You can kind of see through it, but it ain't clear like this one is. So you can easily see me through the crystal, whereas this one is smoky on the inside and it's got a lot of striations on the side. So this one, because it's smoky quartz and it's got all the little slots on the side, we'll say, I would use for healing or holding if somebody needed some energy. You know, it's to help. For me, using the smoky quartz are like for if somebody's having issues with dreams or something. Um, Here's another one that I've showed before, but um, let's see how nice the points are on this one. And this is natural. Now it's got nicked, but this is natural formation. This is not, somebody didn't polish this rock, okay? And you can see how nice and flat the surface is. This is nature, you know, and and this is the base of it. You see, they took it off the parent rock. Let's see, trying to get it a little bit better. But there's a little one that's been growing here off the side for a while, and there was another crystal that was in this little area right here. It's kind of hard to see, but it was slanted off the side. And when I had it one day and I was holding it, I was like, man, that crystal right there that was, leaning across this gap. I said, and all of a sudden it popped out. And but anyway, this one's got a lot of striations on the side too. Let's see if I can get the. Can you see in the reflection? There are lines that go across this way. And supposedly, the more lines they have, now this is going to be up to the individual too. But if you can see deep into that crystal, my let's see, that'd be my thumb on the other end. There are folks, and I do have a tendency to believe some of this myself, in that there are certain crystals that if you look into them, um, it you it feels like you're being drawn into another dimension. I mean, that's all I. Now, this one is very much a smoky quartz. Okay. It has been polished. Somebody's touched it up on the sides. But even on this one polished side right here, I know this is horrible light. But even though that they've touched it up, when you do the light back and forth just right, you can see where there was a lot of striations on this. And right inside here, let's see if I can get it to show off them colors just right. There's a spot right there that's like green and blue, and it looks like there's something else in this crystal. You see it kind of right there? It's not coming through real clear, and I'm getting a reflection off of the screen. But so this is really dark, smoky quartz. Okay. And there are a bunch of books and there are Indian lore and so forth about what each of these crystals is used for, could be used for. And here's one thing that I tell folks: listen, if you find a crystal, regardless what the books say, if you found a crystal and it works for you to calm you or to help you to, when you're meditating, to float out in the universe or whatever it may be, if it works for you, okay. That same rock may not do anything else for anybody else but you. There's I used to have some Herkimer diamonds. They come from Herkimer, New York. They're double-ended diamonds, right? They're tiny, tiny little things. They're crystals, and some of them you could put in the palm of your hand. And with certain people that had high vibrations, you could literally see these things, these little Herkimer diamonds, jump in the palm of your hand. They would move. They would move to the side to do this thing, and people would go, "What the fuck is this?" And it's like, "Yeah, try this one." And you go, "Whoa!" And you could feel the little vibrations in the palm of your hand. They would literally move around in the palm of your hand, and depending on the energy of the person, uh, the aura of the person, these little Herkimer diamonds would, they're quartz crystal, but anyway, um, they would just literally jump around in your hand. People say, "Oh, that's bullshit," and then you say, "Well, hold out your hand," and then they go, "Whoa!" I have Apache tears. Yep, those two. Yeah, like I said, there's Tiger Eye, for example. I have a piece around my neck. It's green tourmaline. It's really dark green. I had a guy that was here a couple of weeks ago, and he goes, "Oh, that's black tourmaline." I go, "Uh-uh." I said, look. He goes, "Oh my God, it is green." And I was like, "Yeah, it's not black tourmaline. I've got black tourmaline all over the place, and that's used for, keeping folks away, energies and people. And I've given a bunch of black tourmaline in the in quartz crystal that I carried out of North Georgia myself. Nobody else touched it, handled it, but me. Carried it 3 miles out of the woods in a 2 5-gallon buckets. My arms about pulled off. So not only I missed the 20 mark. I just noticed I've been on for an hour, and I came on 5 minutes before 20. Oh, it is just 12:20 now. Ooh. Okay, I'll fire it up again. This is probably out of all week my internet. Well, Barry, once everybody say thank you, Bob, for keeping us in line. Yeah, an Apache tears, depending on the person, they have significance. But lapis lazuli, it there's a lot of people who mispronounce it, but that's what I've always heard it. It's blue, right? And it comes in different types of stone, but that men should wear it for whatever it is, just because we're men. Yeah. Hey, Susie Q, did I miss anybody since I was yakking? I was on time for once, right? I was 2 minutes early to the live stream too. Now, y'all, give me a thumbs up just for that. That's good. I'm in a humorous mood, ain't I? And Michelle too. How about that? I am bouncing a little around a little bit, but I am sort of still on the gumption part. In that we have determined an hour ago that you have to have enough guts to make up your mind to start something spiritually, if that's where you're going to go. If you're going to start a business of, making donuts, whatever it is, you got to have the guts to open the business, to start it. And then you got to have the chutzpah, which I couldn't spell. And the 3 G's is what they wanted me to. This is a 3G message. Oh my God. Were you guys aware of that? And you just, holy crap. But so having the guts, you got lapis too. Pretty bumblebee. Interesting. I might have to. I had a friend of mine who was a jeweler, and him and his father traveled around to all the big rock shows out west, down Florida, up Texas, up over here, and so they worked rock shows, but they didn't have an office. They didn't have a storefront anywhere. But we would get together, yeah, meteor shower tonight. You can wait a little bit for it to get a little higher in the sky. But if they're supposed to be, 1,000 an hour or whatever it is, the sky ought to be lit up. But so, but I bought rocks and things and precious stones. I he had some emerald, and I bought a piece of emerald. There's a piece of jade. Um, um, I love opal, but not necessarily is opal for me. I had an opal pendant years and years and years ago because I just loved it, and it broke. And later on, I found out that opal ain't for everybody. And I was like, okay, but I really liked it. Fire opals, greens and oranges and reds. Oh my God, opal. But anyway, so I've got all different types of rocks and stones and things, because I wanted to make jewelry and have made some jewelry in the past. And basically, though, have just given these things away. And some of them cost me $30 a pop for some of these things. Um, and, not just $2 or $3. But with that said, the gumption part of this is that if you're going to study crystals, okay, then have the gumption to keep an open mind. Have the gumption to study it, not just take anybody's word for it. I'm still studying rocks after 50 years or more, right? I mean, I was collecting rocks the first time we took a trip to the mountains. Down in Florida, they ain't no rocks, they're seashells. But as soon as we went north and went camping in Georgia and up in along uh, the Smoky Mountain Parkway thing up there, um, where me and my sister got chased by a black bear when we was like about 10. I was 10, she was lesser, but almost got eaten by a bear. Up there in Tennessee, it might have been North Carolina. I'm not quite sure, but there was a bear. Um, anyway, not so sure they got bears like they had in the old days, but um, the gumption to follow through. So if you're going to be a Buddhist, then be a Buddhist. Many crystals and bottles from my creations. Yeah. Um, yeah, I have little ones, small ones too. There's a, a windowsill at the top of the stairs right behind me that's got crystals that are just like this big, you know, and a bunch of them because in one of the places where I mined these crystals myself, I literally crawled down in this little hole in the ground with a knife, okay, a butter knife. Also, spoons work well to dig around it because you don't want to chip they'll come in. You'll Okay. I'm still on the gumption because if you want to learn about um, crystals and stuff, you should learn how they come out of the ground. You should find some place, if you can, to go dig them yourself or something. You need to immerse yourself into it so you really know what you're talking about. You're not taking somebody else's word. I have panned for gold in the North Georgia mountains. Well, in Carolina, Tennessee, that too. And I have found very small flakes of gold way up in the hills, on some of these small tributaries that come down out of the mountains. And it ain't nothing to take to the store and turn in. But I found it in the wild with my own pan. And the plastic pans ain't near as good as the metal pans. Just saying. Um, but the metal pans will rust. I got two or three rusty, you um, pan pans. But anyway, um, if you want to learn about this or that, then if you want to learn about monasteries or whatever, go to if you're Catholic, then go to a Catholic monastery or go to a Buddhist shrine. Do something, right? Don't just read it in a book and accept it. Now, if you can't go somewhere or do something extra, okay, don't fret. But the purpose then of the gumption, you may not be able to travel, so you can't go to some of these places, but you can go online and take virtual tours, so you can learn about things without having to get up and go. But to go put your hands on something really makes a difference. But so there are spiritual places all over, all over. There's a spiritual place in my backyard. Had not planned on that. There have been other spiritual places down in the swamp, on other rivers, and they're just spiritual, just in that spot where they're at. So, but if you've got the gumption to follow through on your spiritualness, now for me in the shaman and the Indian ways, I'm going to be out in nature. I'm going to be communing with plants and trees and the water and that. So then, if that's my journey, if that's my shaman's path, I've chosen it. I don't recommend it for everybody. I really don't. But each one of us, um, each one of us can find our own spirituality. Big ol' ass damn cockroach just walked up here to say hi to me, and I'm sorry, I do not. And I spray them with different things like this. But son of a bitch tried to get in my coffee. It's summertime and they're crawling around. Damn it! Damn it, man! We have them big palmetto bugs, and it's that time of year. For the next couple months, they're going to be in and out. They crawl under the door, and I got 20. Okay, but so anyway, I'll never put myself in a place to get religious spells cast on me again. Nope. Um, I mean, years ago, I had some neighbors who were into some, kind of sort of wacky stuff. And they were literally doing spells and casting them against me and my uh and the other friends of mine who were staying here in my house at the time. And it was not a pretty sight. Coffee roach, hot and crunchy. Oh no, mm-mm. He didn't make it up that far, but he was trying to get in. And damn it, man. Now my house ain't the cleanest, but it doesn't matter about clean. They crawl under the things and in and around. There's so many cracks in my house that if they find a spot, they ooh, let's go visit Dave. But in the summertime, when it's just the season of bugs outside. A lot of lightning bugs this year, by the way. But I was out. It was just getting dark, and I turned on this light right here, and very low light in my house. I got lights I could turn on. I can brighten the place up, but it hurts my eyes, and which also reflects in my brain, kind of thing. But you could see the roaches flying from out in the yard and hitting hitting the window because they went in and boom. And there's a certain time of night that they're like, "Nee, boom." And these are the big cockroaches now, brrr, flying in and smack into the window, and then they recover, and I'm like, holy crap. But anyway, it is what it is. Oh, by the way, the other day, um, at the top of the driveway, right where I put the garbage can, just as I'm getting ready to cross the road to get mail, I see a snake on the ground. And I'm like, whoa. And I'm looking at it, and I have one of those things out by the road. It's a piece of plastic or fiberglass, round circle with a red thing on it, whatever they're called, reflectors. And so I took one and I poked that snake a little bit, and that puppy jumped up like this. Now, not this tall, and bared his fangs at me, and immediately I knew it was moccasin. Now, I've walked all over my place, and I have not seen, uh, like 20 years ago, there was a moccasin down on the river. Now, my neighbors, who, Miss Sheila comes in once in a while, they say, they've killed several over, and they're right next door this away. But, this was like right by the road. And after I got done beating, beating this thing to death, literally, I looked at its head, and sure enough, it was just as triangular. Now I had looked at the top of the snake before I beat it to death. And I'll let any kind of critter go by, but moccasins and rattlesnakes, sorry, I just can't let them go by, And the fact is, I was kind of sort of, no socks in my shorts, and it had I grazed against him, I mean, right beside the road. He was like this far off of the pavement, right? Fixing to check the mail, which is on the other side of the road. And something caught my, and I looked down. Duggar didn't see it, didn't pay any attention to it. He was like, "What? There's something on the ground. I don't see nothing." I tried to even show it to him, and he was like, "What? I don't see nothing." So he's an idiot where snakes are concerned. Where I've had a dog before that would sniff them out and would point to them. Uh, hey, David Castle, how are you? But the little shoes I had on, they're like slippers kind of thing, because I was just moseying around. Um, yeah, they gotta die. They just sorry, but he his mouth would have been hard. He could have struck my ankle, is my point. But as small as the snake was, which was less than 2 feet, maybe about 18 inches long, um, um, his mouth wasn't big enough. He'd have had to like hit me on the hand or maybe on a toe or something like that. But the fact that there was a moccasin right beside my, you know, my garbage can up there, I was just like slightly freaked out. You know, I've had great big snakes in my house, 2 or 3 times over the years. I've had that snake in the yard, not, back a few months ago that tried to get in the house and I had to chase him out. I ran across a snake out in the garden. Actually, I took some video of it that I have not uploaded. I got a bunch of video that's on my camera that I have to figure out how to get it and upload it. I've got 2 river trips. I've got, walks in the garden and in the back, and I got a bunch of video to upload, to show what the place looks like and so forth. But anyway, but Gumption, but here's the thing about Gumption. I could have been scared and let that snake go, or I could have beat it to death like I did. And I put it on the pavement so that anybody in the neighborhood would see that there's a dead snake right there at my driveway. And when I got home a couple hours later, I looked for that snake, and all there was this smushed pile of stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I think we could have copperheads down here, but I don't know if we have them down here. But king black snake, the king snake, was about 6.5 foot long. Was in my house right against this wall over here one year. Beautiful snake. Oh my God! I've got um, rat snakes. We call them oak snakes around here. They're beautiful snakes. And I've got one that's about 7 foot long. It's huge. It looks like a boa constrictor. I mean, it has come out of the wall and through my legs and around in the yard and the garden. So, I'm used to snakes. But that little moccasin up there the other day just kind of tripped me out. A friend of mine, just down a couple miles down the road, we've known each other for years. Um, and where he lives now, we were talking one night, and I said something. I said, "Yeah, so your granddaddy?" He goes, "Yeah, granddaddy. He lived to 84 or something like that, and he was still going." And I said, "So what killed him?" And he said he was walking out to the chicken house or something. He heard a ruckus at the chicken house, which from where it was, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 feet, not far. Um, and at night, didn't take a flashlight, and he stepped on a rattlesnake. The rattlesnake bit him because he just had some slippers on, and he died before he could get to the hospital. Because and then, of course, if I got bit down here, I would, if I bit on the river, it would take me a while to get from the river to here. So in that length of time, by the time I could get to the hospital and so forth. But back in those days, when he passed away, which was like 30 years ago, kind of thing, he got bit just going to check on the chickens. And, there are times when I just step outside with Duggar and I don't look down at the ground. There could be a snake laying there. But the thought of it the other day in my slippers, I went, son bitch, I need to just pay it. You know, I've never seen one all these years, but there's one there now. So what I don't see when I'm walking or being somewhere don't mean that something don't cross the path. And here's a case in point. There's this box turtle that makes its daily rounds out here where I feed the cats. And it's funny because, they'll eat little pieces and stuff and they'll fall out on the ground. So there's little pieces of dried cat food. It's actually dog food, but they don't know it. And they think it's something special. They won't eat cat food. But this box turtle has been showing up. One day he came out of the woods and stopped around the cats, and the cats are eating and munching. And he's going up and eating the little chunks of cat food that are laying on the ground, eating some other stuff too. And I'm out there watching, I'm going, wow. So he kind of looked up at me like, I see you up there. And then he just kind of marched across the yard, going up that way towards. And I came back in the house and came back out later on, a few minutes later, and I didn't see him. He's quick little devil. But then 2 days ago, out by the big pile of wood that I need to have a fire, and I looked down, and coming out of the woods, sort of, is this box turtle and just hauling ass, coming up the hill. And I'm like, now, I don't know if it was the same one, but as fast as I watched him walking, them turtles they they might not, go real fast, but you talk about steady. That little box turtle, did 30 feet in a couple of minutes. I mean, he was like hauling ass. And I was like, what? He was here. Now he's like, he just steady walking and zoom. So this idea that turtles are slow, not not so much. Little box turtles. And then out in the back where I need to open up my chicken pen again, I found two of them humping. So it was like, so there's more than one, and they're I have found box turtle shells on my property over the years, mostly down in the woods in the back. But to have them just like, eating out of the, the cat's dish over here out by the, right outside the window, that's just cool. And, watching them travel around the property, that's cool. So, and, Duggar doesn't bother them. And they, box turtle was up there eating with them cats. And they were like, looked over at him like, how you doing, Frank? You doing okay today? Yeah, I'm good. How y'all doing? And he munching away and this and that and Toodles on his way. So I am constantly being amazed still after all these years of watching critters and being in the woods, swamp, all that kind of stuff. I am still absolutely amazed at what Mother Nature keeps, showing up. So, gumption, the gumption sometimes for me to like put up with some of this stuff. But, gumption, if you're not going to stick with anything, and you just let it ride and let it slide, then you might be missing a really good opportunity. Now, it don't mean that you got to be a shaman. That is not what I'm talking about. But to be a spiritual person and be able to notice things, and a person who wants to go out into nature and just follow up instead of making excuses. Like I had friends of mine 50-year anniversary over the weekend, marriage, and went to Reed Bingham. And so I took all three of my kayaks and anything and was like begging folks, come on, when get done with the festivities. It's still early. It's a big lake. It was like $11 an hour to rent a kayak. So I'm like, free kayak rides. Anybody want to come, just come down to the boat ramp and we'll go out and paddle. Not one taker, right? So me and Duggar got in El Kayak and paddled around the lake some. And yeah, there's video of that too. I call it Duggar's kayak trip, you know, because he's always sitting right in front of me on my, almost on my lap. But anyway, so, there are folks up there, I stopped and asked this one guy, I said, man, I've been around family and in-laws with these folks for the last 20 years. And so I look at this one guy and I say, excuse me. I said, I don't mean to be impolite, but, do I know you? You look so dang familiar. And, I'm old age and I can't remember. Have we met before? And then one of them said, well, that's the husband of such and such. And I used to go up and do puppet shows for birthday parties and stuff up in Tifton. And they said, this is the puppeteer guy. This is Mr. Dave. He's the one that did all the puppet shows. And the guy's going, I don't know. And I'm like, well, this and that. And he goes, well, I'm finally retired. I'll be 65 next month. And I looked at him and I thought to myself, you're 65. He looked freaking 90. And so I said, wow. I said, you're just retiring. I said, I'll be 70 in a couple of months. And everybody at the table went, what? You're not 70. You're lying. I said, I was born in 52. You figure it out yourself. And the guy was like, well, you don't look 70 years old. And I was like, thank you. When I looked at him, I was like, I know I don't, because you look 80 and you're only 65. God bless you. I'm like, holy man. It's a good thing nobody heard what I was thinking, right? But I wasn't trying to be rude. He just, oh my God, he just looked ancient. And he was just getting ready to retire. So anyway, and no, I didn't really know him. But for whatever reason, it was important that I would like have a conversation and I really did thought I knew him. and I, and I had forgotten him, like, have we met someplace? So gumption comes in all sizes and shapes. So if you're going to be a Catholic, then go to confession, get all of your sacraments. I mean, if you're going to be a Buddhist, then learn, um, just don't be half-assed about it. Of course, if you're a half-assed person, then that might be enough. And I don't mean that rudely. There are some people that don't know that they could possibly do more. Well, I read this book about Buddha, and I do sit down and ring a bell and I light a candle and I go a lot. And I like nature and I like trees, and so I'm a Buddhist. Okay, it's okay. At least they have the mindset of the basics of Buddha. So, but gumption is that they made up their mind to not be something else. They've heard enough about it, but they don't really know what Buddhism means. But they're going to follow up on it. And no, because I went through this craze years ago. They said, well, you're a Christian. And I'm like, nah. Are you this? Nah. What are you? At the time, I was like, Buddhist, because that was as close as I could get at the time. So things have morphed over the years for me, as I would hope it to be for other people. That you have to find the truth. You have to look around, because not everybody's telling the truth, as we all know. The Catholics swear they are the one true and only church, and only Catholics are going to heaven. It's in the Apostles' Creed, right? I've talked about this before. And even Methodists say the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and life everlasting. Amen. Okay. Uh, Wait a minute. So even anybody who reads that prayer, the Apostles' Creed, then believes that the Catholic Church is the one and true church. So if you're a Methodist and you read that prayer, shouldn't it like dawn on you that maybe you should not be a Methodist? I mean, because it says in the Bible, the Holy Catholic Church. Um, It's also called the Nicene Creed. Nicch something, Nicene Creed. Anyway, uh, so that was one thing for me in that I would not say that. That the cat when I got to that line when I was in church, even as an altar boy, the Holy Catholic Church is the one of I wouldn't say it because I still don't believe it. you know. So gumption means you got to put up with other people. A lot of relatives and so forth, they really don't get where I'm coming from, but they love me enough to know that I have changed. I'm not that angry person anymore. That I am spiritual about a lot of stuff in a lot of different ways, and connection to the earth, the sky, the sun, the moon, and the universe, right? And so, yeah, there are times when I, don't mean to be preachy to folks, but, like, a friend of mine the other day, I said, have you been down to the river lately? Nah. Well, he lives like, he drives right by the river. He drives over the bridge of the river, it only takes a minute to drive down this little road to the boat ramp and everything. And went, well, I haven't been down here. And he lives in Oclockney, which is like 7 miles closer to me. But he won't stop. Well, I don't have a boat, but you don't stop by the river? And he said, well, it's nice down here. I should stop more often. I was like, yeah, get out your house. You got to drive by here on your way to town or on your way back. I mean, stop, say hi to the river. Well, I don't know. I just don't see much point in it. Okay. So I don't argue. Uh, this same person, though, is finding nature in other ways. So I applaud, even though he won't go down to the river and just sit and, hey, let's go boating or let's go fishing on the side of the road. I'll buy your damn license, which is good for a year. I'll buy it. You're 66. You get it only costs $10 a year. Come on. And we can do anything. We can hunt, fish, travel all around all the wildlife management areas all across the state, and we got a little card. So I'll buy the damn thing if just so you'll go with me and quit bitching. No. So anyway, they're the ones then that are missing out. And the reason I was using gumption is because them folks the other day, none of them had the gumption to go get in a kayak with me. Well, it's too much to do. Well, we got excuse. And I had told them a week ahead of time, I'm bringing 3 kayaks. And I did. So, but anyway, almost didn't get there to cut. My truck kept cutting out, but we made it back there. We made it there and back. And Duggar actually got in the water. Barry, that's exactly what I was going. It's determination. Gumption is that determination to follow through on it. So, spiritually, whatever it is that you have decided to choose, read books on it, get opinions, have conversations, not arguments, with people on the subject, and like we do here. I'll entertain a bunch of stuff. And, my personal experience says this, but y'all find out on your own. You got to have that personal experience. If you ain't never almost stepped on a water moccasin, then you don't know what it's like until you almost step on a water moccasin. Not saying that you should, but it's an experience you won't forget, you know. So, taught me a lesson that I just take things for granted, that there ain't nothing in my yard. There's nothing up on the road. There are no poisonous snakes. I'm always, you know, aware, because otherwise I would have stepped on this snake. Okay. So I was aware and I went, whoa, that's a snake. What kind? And then I beat it to death. you know, I'm sorry, God, but I didn't even hesitate. That, you know, um, I will give a snake every opportunity to prove that it ain't poisonous. And this one went up like this, bared its fangs, and I could see its little triangular head. And I went, it was dead in about 30 seconds later. Poor thing. It had a right to live too, but that was a little too close. Because if I'd have stepped on him, he'd have bit me on the ankle. That's a fact. But now determination, Barry, as you're making the statement, and if there's one person I can attest to, is Mr. Elderberry and his determination to keep going. His new wheelchair, he's got new tracks on it, and he's going where no man has gone before. Right, Barry? And I salute you, my friend. Um, you know, for the determination that you have to not give up on life and to find ways around it. And for me, at 70 years old, I look at these other people who just refuse to like participate. And I'm like, look, it's free. Come on. Even the younger kids. I was like, come on. 20 minutes. Just get in and paddle around this little island and come back. Just come out and have some fun with. Nah, no takers. I was disappointed, you know. But here's what I got out of it myself. Me and Duggar went anyway. And it's because of my grim determination. It's my cussedness sometimes. And I was like, no, had been, I brought him. I've wanted to go on the lake. I had not been on this lake, in a kayak. It's been many years since I'd been to the state park at all. And it was quite different and didn't really like it much, but it was cool. Um, it was still a nice paddle. What it was there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the sun and the UV. Man, I felt like I was being baked, and and there was no shade. So that was my biggest issue about that. But anyway, so um, determination that me and Duggar were going to go paddling anyway, despite all these other people, despite the fact that I put up with gnats and 2 hours, and it could have been for what our interaction with the other people, we could have been on the river 2 hours earlier. But anyway, um, I don't have issues with fraternizing with people, but so what comes out at the end, which is the third G. So this is a 3G message for tonight. The third G is glory. So the other day when they popped this into my head, I was looking up and I'm going, what the hell y'all mean by glory? I mean, just you, you gave me the word, but then you just left it hanging. So for the last 2 days and chewing my cud, it was like, well, one could say that if you strove to just be a good person, simply put, no extravagance or nothing, that you just did your best to be a good person, and that, like my granny that I've talked about so many times, when she passed away, she was glowing. And she went, there was the angels were waiting on her kind of thing. And that was an easy passing. Whereas my stepmother, Bessie, was covered in darkness and there was no light at all. It was horrible. And so, seeing people at death a day or two before, um, and watching and seeing. And so, but the good medicine death was my granny, because she didn't go to church, but she would go on at Easter time and Christmas because she kind of sort of felt obligated. But she was a very Christian woman, and that she was always kind to the kids in the neighborhood. She was always babysitting, sort of, and they all loved Granny, and so did I and us kids. When we were being hounded by Bessie, which was her daughter, she saved us. And provided a buffer. And there was a time when I'd had my ribs broken playing football. And, it was my grandma Raleigh that, you know, bitched at her daughter and said, "You take this boy to the doctor now. There's something wrong with him." And there was. And for almost 10 days, I went with that, with broken ribs without anybody knowing. It almost punctured a lung. And, I'm 13 years old. I don't know this kind of stuff. But anyway, but Grandma Raleigh was there. So, in my humble opinion, she died a good medicine death. She was kind, she was considerate, she helped, and she was there. You know, Bessie never came to see me when I was in jail. My Aunt Shirley, who had to drive Grandma to the jail, would not come in. So my little granny, that little old granny lady was searched and whatever, and came to see me at least 3 times when I was in jail for that year. And so, that's a good medicine death. She proved who she was by her actions. You know, she proved to me that she loved me, and there was no um, biological connection. But she's my grandma Raleigh. She's Granny, and she was special to all of us. So, versus the nasty things I found out about my, quote, adopted mother, stepmother thingy, what she did to my sister, what she did to me. And when we talked about things, and oh my God, that woman was cruel. I mean, cruel. I mean, cruel. Do you hear me? And so, um, you have to have the gumption to get out of a situation, which we both did. And, we grew up, moved away, but also to have the gumption to be able to stand up later on and go, that was wrong what you did. But, out of Bessie, we got no response. She died a horrible black death. Uh, it was horrible. But was there and supported her right to the end, carried her casket to the gravesite, um, and respected her regardless of what she did to me. And I didn't know what she did to my sister. I might have I might have dropped my end of the casket on her way to the grave, but I felt that regardless of what was done to me, I should honor them more so for my pops because it was his wife. And I carried him to the grave in his coffin. And they were like, "No, let the pallbearers do it." And I'm like, "Hang on. This man carried me through life. And you're telling me that I don't have the right to carry my own pops to the graveyard? What?" But anyway, that was my own personal. And I carried Granny. I carried, Bessie as much as I didn't like her. And I carried Pops, who I dearly loved. So, I consider it my duty and my honor to honor those people who raised me. Now, this day and time, that ain't there. They wouldn't do this or no. Let's just let's just get 6 people. We don't even know them. Yeah, but they're professional pallbearers. They ain't got nothing to do. And they'll okay. So anyway, so determination and that gumption. So whatever it is that you choose, like I said, we have the universe has given us free will. So if we can gumption along, like I did with the Catholic Church, until I learned other things and moved away from it. So, but I had the gumption to try something else. And then when that didn't seem to work for me, I had the gumption to try something else. So, but now the end result after all this gumptioning and determination, what is the glory part of it? Have now for me, I have worked with in little theater where you work for 6 weeks on a play, you produce it, you learn your lines, you perform it, and then when you get done, it's like hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. We put this thing together. We learned, everybody learned their lines. It was sort of like the Muppet Show. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to light the lights. What a Muppet Show tonight. But to that point, though, when you get done, there is this euphoria that comes out. That feeling of a job well done. It's the glory of a job well done that comes with it. And I was like, oh, so yeah, there have been, that 4 days on the river that I came out with no food or water and everything and the temperatures. And I was like, thank you, Jesus. I don't know, but glory, hallelujah. I made it off the river and I'm still breathing. I'm not dead yet. There are those glory moments. So if you have lived to the best of your, truthfully, to the best of your ability, even though you might not be trying to be a shaman, you're just trying to be a good person, like my granny. Is it 20? Oh, but we're coming up on it, right? Much love to you, Miss Michelle. Nate, doing okay? But so, in the reality of things, when you have done a job well done, whatever it is, if you do macrame and you finished a piece, if you are good with your hands and you made a quilt or a blanket, or my friend Marcia was always knitting things for people. And she was always like, glory, hallelujah. I got another one done and something else she could give away to people. And there was glory in that. The euphoria, the happiness, the smiles, and so, all right. Um, it's an interesting way to use the word glory, as I still put it to them. But I kind of understand it in that spiritual way. It was a glorious feeling to be able to watch the sunset this evening. It was a glorious feeling. There's supposed to be, you know, um, meteorites out, rocks in the sky tonight, lighting up the sky. We'll see. And I'm going to go out here in a little bit myself, but um, you know, how does it make you feel when you witness something like that? It, there are times when it would just makes you feel glorious. It's a glorious sunrise. It was a beautiful day, and there was a glorious feeling. So the three G's, not a bad message, you know. And after chewing the fat with it for a couple of days, I'm like, I can actually see where it's appropriate, without trying to stretch it. Because there have been many accomplishments in my life that were, there was a glorious feeling upon the completion of it, you know. Being able to walk again, being able to be on the river, it's been a couple of months since I've been on the water, and it was a glorious feeling to be paddling again yesterday or the other Saturday. And so this idea that, well, the idea of the word glory, um, seems more appropriate than not. Rather than someone seeking glory for themselves, it's the participating in the world. It's participating in the universe. It's realizing you're a member of the league of like-minded beings without having to pay dues. That we, you, me, and lots of other entities in and around this planet Earth, we're communicating with one another one way or the other. Where people are having the same feelings, on the other side of the planet at the same time, or simultaneously. A lot of synchronicities going on. And it seems to be increasing in some ways. Now, I would raise my hand and say, isn't that a glorious thing to be able to report? That more people are feeling accomplishments or whatever, and that isn't that glorious. More people are starting to understand certain things, and they're trying to reconnect with with Mother Earth and with nature and things. I think that after having the word glory dropped on me, I do find that glorious in a spiritual way. What time is it? Oh, 109. It's 109 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and you're riding with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends. And the discussion tonight, this morning, is guts, gumption, and glory. So at first I thought, when they tossed that word glory out to me, I was like, well, I'm not trying to do anything personally, to be like um, that I'm to attain glory myself for what it is I do or something. No, no. I can. I don't want that. But in the glory of understanding the universe, well, now that's different. Being able to see the sunset yesterday, and me and Doug are on the water, and what a glorious feeling that was. I get that, but does that somehow glorify me? No. It might glorify Duggar and that I'm taking pictures of him in the kayak. But oh, that was funny. But anyway, so it's 110. I'm gonna start ahead of you. Isby says, I believe our souls start as space dust and evolve. I don't know if I have been combined with other souls. I think that my soul, as much as I know, now our personalities and so forth, but I think our soul is just us. I've bounced around in the cosmic dust with other souls and may have picked up a thing or two, but I do think my soul is me. I don't think it's anybody else. There for a while when I was being schizophrenic and really being weird way back when, I realized that, I was talking to myself and my higher self, but there were times because there were people forcing negative energies and entities into my life and personal space that, oh my God, these were evil, mean, and wicked, bad, and nasty entities, 111. But I don't, my soul, I think, has been around a long time. So, but are we stardust? Yes. But I don't think I'm a combination. I think I am who I am after, careful consideration. Because I thought I was um, two or three different people. Actually, I think at one time, 8 or 9 years ago, when I was really in a bad way physically, I actually think that there was a walk-in that came in and kind of took over for a while. We are all made of source energy, not necessarily one soul. Because if that were true, then how come we got all these evil, bad, and wicked, nasty souls out there? You know what I mean? So they didn't come from the same soul that I came from. If that is true, is be. But as a counterpoint to that, we all came from the source, absolutely. But Creator gave us each, um, our own personal thing. Yeah, for example, all people on this earth, well, let's say a majority, because, there's artificial insemination and stuff, but test tube babies, but most of us were born from a woman. Okay. Those extreme weirdnesses, but, you know, so ain't no man alive or before, or, you know, unless they go re-engineering us, can have a baby, you know. And recently there was some congresswoman or somebody who was like, and they asked about general neutrality and this and that, the other thing. It was like, well, and this senator asked, and she goes, well, yeah, men can have babies too, you know. And it was like, seriously? I mean, it's one thing to believe in if did we come from monkeys or not, but for this, unfortunately, she was a black woman, answered this question that no, men could have babies. What? I'm sorry, men can have babies? Isby says the source soul gives us free will so it can experience all possibilities through us all. And I disagree, simply because what I experience, I'm not experiencing through anyone else. This is my experience. This is my lifetime. These are my memories. These are my experiences. And I'm sharing them with you. But if I didn't share them, then no one else could experience what I have. So we don't experience all possibilities through each other. We experience them with ourselves, it'd be. In the collective, we can share an experience, but I'm not sharing anybody else's soul stuff. I got enough trouble with my own. But we all share source energy. I believe that. But to me, source energy is not soul energy. Okay, it's not the soul. That's my personal belief, and a lot of things that I've studied. That's about what it is. We share in the common universe of thought. We share the source energy of the universe because we're all part of it, but our souls are separate. They're ours. The within direction. Ooh, I'm early, 116. For example, you know, the true way to um, smudge a place or to give thanks, some folks say give it to the four directions. Yeah, but there's more than four. There north, south, east, and west. There's up, and there's down, and there's within. So there are seven directions that native folks just know naturally. Where other folks are like, what? No, they're, you know, you want me to give honor to the four? Wait, there's more than four. I'm not the birthing person. Did you see that, Jody? I watched it and I was like, you have got to be. Oh, and the judge that they made a judge. Oh my God, could not make a definition for a woman. 777 files name small and Merck Lab. I don't doubt it. There are lots of labs. Of universities can apply for their science department to study a virus. And they can send off to wherever they send off to, but they can get a live virus to study and play with, you know. So there are a lot of universities that ain't not, you know, that have live viruses of things. So their scientists and their PhDs and all can study these things in real time. Okay, so the fact that smallpox or something was found in a lab doesn't really surprise me. Now it depends what the lab was, where it was, and what it was doing. But um, I there's I don't see anything wrong with that. I really don't. Now, if there were 10,000 people that came down with smallpox and there's a lab in Philadelphia, that makes, but there are a lot of places that have live viruses and things, so they can tinker with it in their own way all over. So, and here is something. Isby, I would say that the law of one chooses what is good or evil. That's my answer to that. Did you know about monkeys being in Pennsylvania in the truck crash? Yeah, I heard about that 777. Here's something else. And Jody, I think you brought it up uh, and reminded me earlier when we were chatting on the phone that is it 20 yet? It's 19. Oh, it is 20. Okay, good. It's 2:06 in the morning time here on Crazy Dave, radio. Hawkeye, Two Feathers, and company. Let's put things into a basic. I am one of the original conspiracy theorists because I saw Jack Ruby get shot live and on camera in Dallas, Texas, that Sunday morning before we went to church. Um, and so you know, I will look at stuff and go, and then other stuff like, yeah. But here's the thing we got to remember monkeys are being used in labs all over the place, okay, for all kinds of testing, just as dogs and cats and rabbits. There are a lot of animals being used. Now, the circumstances that they were taken two monkeys and it crashed and it got okay. But the fact that they're using monkeys in a lab in Philadelphia does not surprise me because there are labs and universities and that kind of stuff going on, right? And so would they be they could have been carrying a busload of rabbits for testing. They could be carrying chickens or turkeys or something else. I mean, so first we have to stop and consider, number one, before we panic, is that monkeys are being used all over. Now, was there a conspiracy to these monkeys because it was attached to? Maybe. But before you freak out, monkeys are being used all over the place in labs, okay? That's one. Live viruses, smallpox, this, that, and the other thing, like I said just a few minutes ago, lots of labs can, if they're approved, lots of labs can ask for live specimens for their universities, colleges, or whatever to study. Okay. That is true. It's a real thing. And they drive this stuff around in trucks and not necessarily, they're supposed to be like, how they carry live organs, right? It's supposed to be in a container and it's locked down and it's a thingy, and so, it's like radioactive, even though it isn't, but it's radioactive. It must be handled in a particular way, like hazardous waste material is supposed to be handled. Now, I'm not saying that it ain't a conspiracy. I'm just saying that people are freaking out that there were monkeys. Okay. And they could have been giraffes or rabbits, would have made the news. Just saying. Because these animals are being used in all types of situations in all kinds of labs all over the place. Just take that into consideration before your brain melts down. Okay. Now, I do agree that these folks are playing with stuff. Okay. But not every time if there's a monkey or something, is it them. It could just be, um, yeah. Oh, and they're working on them too. I have no doubt about it. Okay. There is no doubt in my mind they're working on shit to kill us. There's no mistake in my mind. Please understand that. But not everything you see is them trying to kill us, is my point. The thing about the monkeypox, what trying to get to what um, earlier with elderberry, in that some of the things that I've seen, that the monkeypox is actually a lot of the cases um, are the shingles, and they bubble up and look exactly like what these folks. Because I had a friend of mine that I worked with as an engineer, and I saw his shingles, I saw his back, I saw him personally, and went crap. And it looks very similar to some of the pictures that I've seen of the monkeypox. So, is the monkeypox a real pox, or is it every single one of us have had chicken pox, or we've had the jab to get it? Yeah, that's right. When in 53 or 4 or 5, they all took us down to the, I remember because they all said, this is made for monkey something. And you have to drink this for, from to cure, polio. And it was in the little white cups. And you went to the health department and you went in, and mom signed for us. But I remember as a little kid going, what's this? Little cup, and you drank this stuff. Then they gave you a vaccination. I think it was in this arm. It was great. There was used to leave great big whelps on your arm, big circle with where they dotted it and all. And so we got shot up in the 50s for absolute sure, and for rubella and all these other kinds of things. Um, but are these people designing stuff? Yes. Do they want to kill us? Yes. But it should not be a shock anymore, because if you have read about Agenda 2020 and Agenda 2030, you will know that they have had this plan for a long time. It even goes back into the 1700s when America first became America. um, some guy was watching a video, and I was like, I knew it went back into the 1800s, but I didn't know it had gone as far back as the 1700s. And they were already planning, who the rich were going to be rich and the poor were going to end up dying and killing or whatever. And we were supposed to be subjugated from the get go. I remember, and Delaney will correct me, I thought that a black man was like one third a man, but I think she said that when I brought this up before, there's a black man was like 2/3 of a white man. But anyway, but to the point where they had literally, how much you're worth. Hey, Jules, how are you? Do I think Bill Gates is a good guy? No. I think he's a liar, a cheat, a fraud. No. Just look at the guy. He's just creepy. Just no, no. Back in the beginning, when quote Bill Gates started Windows, he had a lot of help, and he stole from a lot of people. But here's the thing: I think Bill was chosen, because if you talk to the earlier programmers, Bill didn't know crap about programming, but he was able to finagle and talk to people, and he was a good front man, I guess you could say. But the fact that Windows has destroyed my property, other people's properties back in the day, and that had literally ruined my life because of all the data and stuff that I had saved. And Windows did an update between, back after there was Windows 10, then there was Windows 7 and 8, and then there was, and every time they made an update, when I turned on the computer one time and literally wiped whole sections of my hard drive out and all the information that was there. It was from 7 to 8, I think it was. And was, Bill Gates or anybody at Windows responsible for that shit? No. But I lost years of data, pictures. I was doing AutoCAD drawings. I lost drawings and all kinds of stuff. 777, I think they're going to try to make monkeypox another pandemic, because they've already introduced it, you know. But let's, there are folks though. There is a, I would personally, because me and all the boomers and anybody, has had chicken pox, and that I can't remember what I was, the rash that comes out. I can't remember I just said it a few minutes ago. I think that's shingles, and they weren't my fault, right, Isby? Think of all the millions of people who have lost data because Windows shut down, crashed, or otherwise trashed a hard drive. Think about it. Is Bill Gates a nice guy? No. Um, Horatio Gates. I might have to look up this guy. I was listening to this new channel, and I just popped in to see what was going on, and I was like, well, that's interesting. And they were talking about the Illuminati and how far back it went, and they were talking about 1772, and this guy wrote these things, and it's in papers or whatever. But so shingles is what I was talking about. I think there is seriously something of a pandemic epidemic with shingles. And I think that because we've all had chicken pox, there's your word pox, that they could engineer something easily, because we've all had that virus, especially those of us like born in the late 40s, 50s, 60s. There were chicken pox like this, and then it's probably evolved into a slightly different strain from the 70s, 80s, 90s. So the chicken pox of today may be similar, but not the same virus that I got when I was, 10 or 11 years old, right? And that we used to have, they used to have parties. Everybody would bring their kids over. Right, Jules, that's my point. But my point is I think because of all the commercials with people getting shingles, and I've known people personally who've had shingles, the chicken pox back, but it's horrible, right? So any one of us is susceptible for it to kick up and it becomes shingles. Now, with that said, if so many people got shots and things and stuff, knowing all everybody's had chicken pox. Not any, I don't think there's anybody out there that hadn't had chicken pox, right? If you stop and think about it. So 99% of the United States population has had chicken pox. So you put something in something that would react to that latent, you know, um, chicken pox syndrome, and now people are breaking out all over uh, with shingles. It's become a major issue. It's on commercials, and people are talking about it. And for years, shingles was shit on a shingle was gravy on toast. I mean, chip beef and gravy on toast. But the shingles then turned into a a horrible backlash from the chicken pox. So I'm susceptible. Any one of y'all out there is susceptible. especially if you've had chicken pox, and probably you have. If you have a suppressed immune system, you will get right. If you have the vaccine, then it won't be in your dormant. But you understand what I mean, Jules? If because we've all had it, they could engineer something, that could trigger the shingles in us. You know, I know the medicines and things that I was on because I trusted the doctors and all the pharmacists that almost can killed me. Um, you know, oh, this is a safe drug. Then how come I almost died? Well, there's that 1 in a million chance. Well, how come I heard somebody else that had tried that medicine and they didn't do well either? Well, that's it. 1 in a million shot. Lie, 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 lie. I've had my share of that medicine stuff and all, but from a standpoint of virology and what could they do if nobody was paying attention? Everybody's had chickenpox. It's well known, blah, 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 blah. And they introduce something into something that can trigger it in some people with certain circumstances, like heat. So you're outside and you're older and your immune system's different and, your body's changing and blah, blah, blah. And, you kind of sort of get a heat rash. And it ain't a heat rash, it's actually shingles. But certain things promoted it, you know, like my friend, my engineering friend, um, he was like, man, he goes, I was fine. Then he goes, came home for the weekend and mowed some yards. And he said, was sitting in the lawn tractor mowing his back 40, which was like, a nice backyard. And he goes, I got off and he goes, my back was itching. And he said, next thing I know, I woke up the next day and my back was hurting. And he goes, it broke out. And he goes, I just thought it was a heat rash. So, but, after several days and, of really being painful and going to the doctor and finding out it was shingles. And he was out of work for 10 days. I mean, could not move. He was stuck. It was horrible. And when he did come in, I went to see him at his house. And when he had first broke out kind of thing, they had a big barbecue and stuff. And he goes, look at my back. He goes, man, this heat rash. And 2 days later, when he was supposed to, this was on a Saturday, on Monday, we were supposed to have a meeting with Ford engineers and he wasn't there. And call came in, he goes, he's got shingles, and that what I had seen was just the beginning of the outbreak. So, but anyway, to the point though, they have ways of triggering stuff. So are they going to do this or that or create something new? My thinking is they have already created enough stuff by shooting people up with different vaccines and whatever. All they got to do is trigger something. Now, will they? Yes, because they can't stop tinkering with stuff. I mean, them tinkering with viruses and things. It's like watching science fiction. Well, doctor, why did you do that? Well, because I could. Like what? There ain't nothing wrong with pink salt, but good about the spring water. I'm still drinking rainwater and my well water. Reactivate. I agree, Jules, but my point is that you get somebody like me, I'll be 70, and God knows I've had enough, infections and this, that, and the other thing over the years. I mean, I got a case of trench foot, and I heard it from guys in Nam, and man, you don't want to get trench foot. And I'm like, what's trench foot? And I've had trench foot now for years, okay? And it pops up, and You can put all these things on your feet and do all these powders and stuff. It don't kill it. It will come back. And years ago, we had a lot of rain here, and I was doing a lot of sloshing back and forth to the river. It's when I was setting up the fish camp back there, and we were doing a lot of woodsing and fixing and clearing and trail making and things. And uh, I was, I was in my late 50s, so I was still, able to do a lot of this stuff easier, but um, but was in the water a lot. And I changed my socks and everything. And I've got these little booties that I wear for in and out of boats and stuff. But the thing is that my feet were wet a lot. Was a lot of wading back and forth through the water because that particular year it stayed. We had a slightly above rainfall, so there was a lot of places where we were walking, wading through water. It was only this deep, but we were still wading. Our feet were wet, so we'd go down to the river. Our feet would get wet, dry them off, whatever. Come back, and your feet would get wet to get home on. So, but it was a constant, and got this, athlete's foot, if you will. Well, it ain't athlete's foot. I found out later on it's trench foot or trench rot. And in Vietnam, the guys would get it because they were in the swamps all the time with their boots and stuff. Let me tell you, it never goes away. But you can treat it and so forth. And but at times it's very intolerable. It goes to itching in the middle of the night, and it's like, what the, but then it'll calm down, it won't do anything, and then all of a sudden, boom, it'll pop up in the middle of the night sometimes and drive me crazy. But it's similar, just saying. But them old Vietnam vets will go, man, once you get trench foot, it never goes away. You can change your socks, you can do this, you can wash your feet and all that, but once you get, it's sort of like the virus, it it's in you and around your feet. And if the conditions are right, boom. And sometimes I don't even know what those conditions are. But anyway, it's an easy reason to implement more. Triple seven. Do you remember he did that whole series of stuff about monkeys? And he said, he kept, making the joke that if you think that you came from a monkey, then you deserve to, and so I think so. Um, but something here's I get weird information, and this is one of the weird ones about this monkeypox thing. If they could do something to those of us who have had chickenpox to agitate it, to make it reappear somehow, and this last injection and so forth with the virus is like what's in there. And as I've discussed, several people that I know, my daughter and family members and stuff, after having had two shots, really sick with the virus, and all had to be quarantined anyway. So it's like, I'm glad I didn't get the shot. I still haven't been sick. Um, my next door neighbors down the road, my dear friends, they've all had some kind of sickness. A day and a half, a heavy fever, upset stomach, and not sure if it's the flu or not, but you know, they have, the younger kids got it, and the oldest daughter got over it, and but it went through and made them very ill for a few days. But don't know if it was the virus or not. But folks have been having shots and this and that, and after 2 years, to me, every year everybody just got the flu. Oh, it's the corona, because they've made it this really big, bad, nasty name. every single year it's flu season. And some folks get it later on in the season, depending on where we live, and you know, how many people go in and out of our area, who's carrying what, you know, who's been, folks that come into the state, where have they been, who have they been in contact with. Um, I feel kind of safe down here, but that doesn't mean that, quote, I'm immune to not getting the flu. Um, But in years past, every single year, there's always a new strain of, of flu. And it's up to the CDC and them smart people to determine its toxicity. Okay. How quick does it spread? How sick does it make people, etc. But just go back through the news. I mean, I'm old enough to remember. That's why they every fall, or oh, it's flu season, get your flu shots, all you old elderly and sickly people. And I lined up for it, but not for the last 7 8 years now. And I've not been deathly ill like that. Now, about a month ago now, as the weeks have kind of moved, there was 2 days where I had a fever and I felt like crap. And there was one point one morning I was like, "Holy Jesus, they're coming to get me, Martha," you know. But I woke up the next morning, fever had broke, I felt better, and was sluggish for a few days. So was that my version of whatever the virus is that's going around down here right now? Because I had exactly the same symptoms as my friends over there, but I haven't been around going out in public much. So, but anyway, they could be spraying it out of the airplanes on us too. I mean, there are certain days when, there's so much them spraying in the sky. What are they doing and why? And certain parts of the population, certain areas of the country are sprayed more than others. But anyway, with that said, though, so if there's something literally in the air, would that trigger something inside of us that's always been there, laying dormant, like the chicken pox thing? So if a new version could kick it into gear to give you the shingles, what if whatever they did kicked it into gear to manifest it, but also made it look like monkeypox in the meantime? So people higher rates, oh my God, that's not, oh, that's monkeypox. That's not, that's not the shingles. You see where they can move this to? Since they already have a base of chickenpox, um, shingles, monkeypox. Ooh, there's going to have to be a lot of monkeys swimming across the Atlantic. Um, but these people are cringeworthy enough um, that I think a lot of these shootings, like this recent school shooting, there are a lot of people who are already being skeptical. Like, what was it? Did folks really get killed? Okay. But then at the same time, you know, um, the movie called Wag the Dog, where they basically made it look like they were, creating a war and this and that. So why not? Oh, they want to take control of our guns and stuff, and they want to do this and that and the other thing. Buy a damn air gun. My 22 long rifle, it was 107, I mean, 200 and something dollars with a scope and pellets, and I've got 5,000 rounds of 22 that all you have to do is pump it up and shoot it. Now they want to take your guns, but if it's got gunpowder, and they friends of mine, for example, bought their daughter for Christmas present, yeah, a 20 gauge shotgun. Now, I used to have a 20 gauge shotgun. It was perfect around here, sort of like a 410. The smaller shell, but you can bird hunt with it, rabbit hunt with it, and kill snakes if necessary. Nice out in the. You can't find 20 gauge shotgun shells anywhere. I mean, people are scrambling for a half of. They're paying like $30 for a half a box of 20 gauge shotgun shells because they're so rare to find and get. So it's like what? So my purchase of my 22 air rifle, and there's 250 rounds in a little tin that you can carry in your pocket. And all you have to do is pump it one time, and it sounds like a 22 when it goes off, and will kill like a 22, especially at certain um, things. So, but uh, folks are buying up air guns left and right for a bunch of reasons. They're fun to tinker with, and you don't have the expense of finding shells, and the whole thing about firearms, because there is no fire, it's air. But anyway, um, so they want to make sure that they make something big because of the elections. They want to make sure that they've got everybody terrified who's terrified with guns. So, there's this shooting, whether it was on purpose, not staged or not, there's some weird shenanigans going on at least. So did they stage it and kill a bunch of kids so they could make their point? They've done worse. Just think about Building 7 and the towers. So this idea, would they kill a few kids or something at a school to make everybody woo and cringe and this, that, and the other thing? You damn bet you would. They dropped the towers and dropped Building 7. Bullshit. They dropped a nuke almost in the Pentagon. And you wonder whether or not they could, if some of these guys wouldn't kill a bunch of school kids. Oh, hell yeah. So, reality is it this crazy person? Yeah. But is it a Manchurian candidate? Was this person programmed to do this and then set to do it at the end of the school year and down in Texas, where everybody carries a gun in Texas? I mean, there's open carry law here in Georgia now. But so this idea, so do you think these mad mofos who drop the towers in Building 7 would be bothered by killing a few kids? The answer is no. That's the grim reality. They are pitting each other on us. But it's this crazy man over here. Yeah, but who sent him? Who sent him in? World Health Organization said that monkeypox won't lead to another. I don't think so either, because it's the type of virus it is. Not to say that folks won't, where it is, that they won't get it. I mean, monkeypox. Triple, have they said anything about deaths related to the monkeypox? Because back when chickenpox came out back in the 50s, and people were freaking out and stuff and this and that, and polio, and we all went for our polio drinks and vaccinations. I mean, let me tell you, they lined us up so quick. And I remember bits and pieces of this because I was old enough. But they lined us kids up like you would not believe, and inoculated us, and made us swallow monkey blood, or what we as little kids we were all making jokes about it. But the fact is we all had it. So they gave us, drank us, shot us up with that stuff way back then. Now, what's to say they didn't give us rubella? And yeah, but have they like, are there millions of deaths, or are, you know, because chickenpox normally hits children as well. And, you know, measles, mumps, and there was something else that went around when we were kids. But my point is, though, that, you know, there were some folks who got the chickenpox who didn't stay in bed. And, okay, Triple and all y'all, if there are no deaths or very few deaths so far, then the monkeypox, as bad as it could be, ain't any worse than what we went through with chickenpox and mumps and measles and stuff like that. Because some of us really suffered. I mean, we were itching, scratching for days. We were doused in calamine lotion and, you know, and stuff. And it was horrible, you know. And then we got the measles, and then we got the mumps, and then we got the, you know. But there were folks who, you know, went outside to play. And one boy that I knew went to school with us, his gonads dropped. I mean, they swelled up like this big. It damn near killed him. And they kept saying, "Well, you know, if you do this, you know, I think it was the mumps, but you know, they'll drop." And he was, you know, little, you know, teenager, young teenager. What do you mean by drop? Well, he found out, and his gonads were like this big. Is that scared for life or scarred? Scarred and scared. But so, you know, for me, you know, oh, I worry about cancer and this, that, and the other thing. Okay, but I've had chicken pox. So what if my chicken pox, you know, got riled up or whatever? I mean, yeah, I could deal with it, but that's not my point. The older you get, the harder it is to deal with any of this stuff. Young people, some of these young folks, it seems like they can drag them down quicker than some of us old timers, you know, and that scares me. I at the little get together the other day for my friend's 50th wedding anniversary. I'm plugging it. Um, Many of these people I have known for quite a few years. Some of them were babies when I first met them, and now they're 20 something year olds. And of all these young people under 30, every single one of them was overweight. I mean, every single one, except this little baby. And well, there is Emma and her friend. They're not overweight, but young teenagers. But the folks in their late teens and in their 20s, oh my God, at least 50 pounds overweight. Every men and women both. And some of them, I knew these little girls that growed up and they were slightly heavy, but they just weren't skinny, normal, I would say. And now they're like, oh my God, seriously? And I was afraid to say anything. And, you know, I was like, and I know this one girl's had a lot of issues I mean, serious issues with hormones and her body doing weird stuff. And so she's had some serious issues. But when I saw how large she was, I was like, holy Jesus. And you're 25 years old? Oh my God. You know, and you're already having issues. And what's your life going to be like? Because I didn't recognize her. I was like, you're holy crap, you know. Um, Now, is it due to, you know, circumstances and eating habits? There's stuff there, but when looking at all the other people that were there, other relatives and cousins and this and that, there was like one or two women who had children who were slightly overweight, just chunky. But I mean, these other folks, I'm sorry, were borderline seriously obese. I mean, having trouble sitting down, and the sure enough, fat. And I'm like, oh my God. And then the older people, they, had gotten chunky around the waist and stuff. And some of these folks had put on another 10 pounds in their later years, and they were already 10 pounds overweight. So now they're 20 pounds over, but they're carrying it and they're doing, but it was young. And I was like, holy mackerel. And, and while we were at the beach there were folks coming into the parking lot. And there were a lot of folks. I was like, oh, look at them young folks getting in their vehicle, coming out of the beach and fixing to leave the park. And I'm like, every one of them was overweight, every single one of them. And I mean, well, there's a thin one, there's a normal one. Then everybody else was like, this size, and chunky. And I was like, but you can't, call people fat or obese anymore because that's kind of like racist or whatever. I'm sorry, but looking at all these people at the beach the other day, when 80% of them were like at least 15 pounds overweight, chunky thighs, men and women, and I was appalled. I really was. I was like, what the hell is our population coming to? That all these people have obviously they got too much weight. And if you take the, several hundred people that were there at the beach that the other day and seeing, I was like, there's over 60%, more like 75%. But I was trying to be, hey, Scratch, I was trying to be nice, but well over half of the people that were getting in the cars and everything and at the beach were overweight. Okay. you know, what does that mean? Some folks ain't got enough gumption. That's what it means to me. Some folks don't have enough gumption. And if you want to stay healthy in life and you want to make it to an elder age, then don't become 250 pounds when you should be like 160, 70, maybe 80. There's some of these women, my dear friend Marcia died. She was well over 300 pounds, worked with her weight for years, was a vegetarian. Hey, Scratch, did I say hi? It's the hormones, birth control pills, in addition to other things. I agree with you, Jules. I do. It's very unhealthy. And as many of you know, it's been 8 years ago or so when I was on, lots of medications and things. And I ain't going to go into the long story history, but out of the many years of taking mental health meds and, medicines for my blood pressure, now it's been 8 years. And as far as I know, I ain't died yet. And I ain't taken no pills for my blood pressure. I haven't had my blood pressure checked in at least 5 or 6 years. So I'm not dead yet. So if I go into the doctor and they go, oh my God, your blood pressure is way up, we got to do something about that. I'm going to go, for the last 8 years, my blood pressure had been slightly elevated because it was being watched for 20 years from my regular doctor, once a month visit. And my blood pressure was always up a little bit. So, but if I go into the doctor now and they go, oh, Mr. Dole, your blood pressure is level, you have to take this pill. I'm going to go, sorry. No offense. Nope, ain't taking it. You know, because even though I haven't had it checked, 8 years ago, this is what my blood pressure was. And if you say it's about there now, maybe that's normal for me because I'm still active. I just went out on the lake in a kayak with my dog and paddled around. I mean, is that normal for a lot of 70-year-olds to be able to do that? My trouble was getting that damn kayak back on top of my truck. I thought I was going to have a hernia. Holy Jesus. And Duggar can't help. But anyway, so So this idea, though, that their medicine and their ways and what is normal for them, because with all the tests and things that I've had, I was always out of normal somewhere. Abby normal, if you watched Frankenstein, uh, Frankenstein. But so I absolutely believe that whether on purpose or not, they put these commercials out, for example, Velspar, take this new drug that'll help your cheeks look healthier, and you won't have skin breakouts anymore. But doctor's warning is that you may be at a high risk of getting a viral condition. It affects your immune deficiency. Blah 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 blah. That may make you dizzy. Feel nasty, vomit, and if any of these things occur, call your doctor. But here, take it. Right? So folks are taking this shit after reading, hearing all of the medical alerts and whatever could possibly happen to you. Um, and my point to some of this is now or later. You take these drugs for a while, and then a year later, you have a third eye that starts growing in the middle of your forehead. And you go, where did that come from? Right? So, well, I was taking this medicine. Hey, Diane, how are you? Are you doing all right? Wait, let me put my glasses back on. Yeah, yeah, Scratch. Now, I had to make my own decision, and in this, I guess I would have been the gumption stage. I had to have the gumption to say no to their drugs and to try to do it on my own. And I had to get out from underneath the mental health drugs that I was on for my split personality. Every time I went in, once a year, they evaluated you every time you went in, but once a year in the mental health area down here was bought out by like one consortium. And if you went to this one or that mental health over here, even though it was quote mental health for that county, it was still run by a group of doctors and so forth in the background. So they were all peddling. Well, I was on this one particular drug for like 2 years, and I had a decent counselor. And I said, look, you want me to tell you the truth, or you want me to lie? And he goes, well, I'd like for you to tell me the truth. And I said, yeah, but are you going to write it down? And he goes, what do you mean? And I said, if I tell you the truth, you're going to write it down. And he goes, well, no, if I tell you this, I don't want you to write it down. Well, I said, it's confidential. You don't have to write down everything I say, right? That isn't it at your discretion? Well, yeah. And I said, okay, you asked me a question. Have you been taking your medicine regularly? My answer is yes. Emphatically, yes. But here's the caveat. I'm only taking half of the pill because the full dose, it whacks me out. So I broke them in half, and I said, but for the last 8 months that I've been taking this drug, I haven't said a word because I've been breaking them in half, but I have taken them every day on time and regular. That's the truth. But the caveat is I'm only taking half the dosage. Well, you're at the lowest dosage that we can prescribe you. I said, I know. I done my checking. And I said, but I'm here to tell you that 2 milligrams or 4 milligrams or whatever it was a low dosage. I said, is too much for my system. But that half dose every day, like I'm taking it, I said, I'll slap you if you try to take that half of one away from me. But I said, if you try to make me take the whole pill every day, it's simply too much. But yes, that drug helps me. 3 months later, they took everybody in the whole mental health system down there in Thomasville. They like oh, we have this new drug now, and anybody that was taking this, we are now going to be taking this. So we all had 1 month to, after being on it for some of us for 2 years, they gave us 1 month to quote wean ourselves out off of the medicine. Now they didn't give us the new medicine, but they gave us a month to run out before they gave us the new medicine. So, here you're trying to be stable in your mental health condition, and they switch drugs on you midstream with no warning. And what are you supposed to do? Because if you don't take the drug at all, that was keeping me nice and balanced, I was humming along, and I was doing good. And to all of a sudden, no, you can't have that drug now. We don't think it's doing you any good. No, but they didn't do it to me. They did it to all of the clients that were taking that particular drug and switched us all to this new one. And a bunch of us went bananas simply through the transition. And did they give a flying fig as to what it was doing to us who was relying on trying to keep our mental health stable? And they threw us all in the drink. And there, for several months, we were literally, the place was going nuts. Me, other people I knew, that we had our own little mental health group off to the side. But the fact that we all were reacting the same way, we were like, you mother sons of guns took me off of this. Well, you have the right to go to your own private physician. Well, my private physician says if I'm going to mental health, she can't prescribe them to me. And you say that if I get them from my doctor, you won't see me at mental health. So they made up these arbitrary rules within their conglomerates, and either you comply, conform, or die, literally. So I checked out along with some other folks. But night, Isby. Hey Steve, how are you? Yeah, I break things in half too. Yeah. And for example, um, I have ruined my sinuses because of all. One of the reasons is because of all the drugs I snorted up my nose over the years. Very bad. I did it. It's too late now. But so I've had sinus issues for a long time. And I can go hours and I'll be fine. And then all of a sudden, something will just, a piece of lint or something you will tickle the inside of my nose. And the next thing, my sinuses are draining. I mean, I got to get a napkin. It's nasty. So I take a half of Benadryl as an antihistamine. And I take maybe two a day on a bad day, and maybe three half ones. So where I was taking a whole one, now I'm only taking halves, and I'm still having about the same amount of um, effectiveness. And some days are worse than others, but pollen's worse on certain days than others. So, but anyway, um, so over the years I learned, it was like in the carnival, if you had a headache, you probably had a pounder. I mean, the back of your head was going boom, 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 and you were in pain. And long before they really had any kind of ibuprofen or anything. I mean, this is back in the 60s and 70s. And so aspirin, all different kinds of aspirin. And so Excedrin and this one, that one. But so the since I grew up on a carnival, if you got a headache, somebody holler aspirin, and somebody on the other end would answer with show dose, and then the answer to that would be yes. A show dose was if it was take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning, you took a show dose was 3 aspirin because you had a pounder. You was working on tearing down rides. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. You've got rain coming in, and you got to get the rides down. You got a long haul in the morning, and your head is going like this, you know, and you got to do it. So show dose was always whatever was the normal dose plus one, and sometimes it was plus two. So there were a lot of years of working that the whole frame of mind for me and some of my friends or whatever was like, you got a headache? Yeah. You got a backache? Yeah. 2 aspirin? Nah, make it a show dose, you know? And also, um, I was a goody powder person. Oh my God. BC, not so much, but goody powders ruin your stomach, kill your insides. Oh my God. And I lived by, down here it was called South Georgia cocaine. To the ladies who woke up with their husbands in the morning to fix breakfast and get them off to work, it was a cup of coffee, a cigarette, and a goody powder. Your South Georgia cocaine, and because that's how you started your day. It's like, and that was that. Honestly, there are still folks who do that, but that was like commonplace. Are we in another 20? Oh, it's 2:15 a.m. in the morning time. I'm a fan of children's doses of things. I am now. Take two. And if it ain't enough in an hour, take another one. But instead of taking three now, nah, um, I'm still, as much as I've cut down, I'm still taking too much. But when I'm hurting like hell, after paddling and lifting that kayak back up on my truck, I realized I'm like, I muttered this under my breath while trying to load the kayak. Motherfucker, this thing is heavy. Motherfucker, this thing is heavy. Ow, ow, ow. I got a pinch in my shoulder right there right now. They took uh oh, Diane, are you talking about Fiorinol? Oh, I love Fiorinol. And then all of a sudden it was addictive, and then all of a sudden it was gone. Because of all the neck operations I've had, the way my neck is, I was in a brace all the time. The back of my neck hurt, and I bet you, since if you took Fiorinol, you know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, take away that headache in the back of your head. You could take a bottle of aspirin, wouldn't take it away. You could take one or two Fiorinol or whatever the normal, knock it right out. Yeah, you too, Scratchy. You're one of the people that have also gotten off of the meds like that. Yeah, but Jules, I don't know how it is down where you're at, but up here, if you look on the bottle, aspirin ain't aspirin anymore. It's NSAID. The aspirin bottle, I was like, yeah, aspirin, made from willow bark, it's aspirin. No, it's made out of NSAID, N, capital N, said. Uh, oh, God. Uh, Many friends of mine were hooked on Valium. I was on Valium for a very short time and tried to hang myself. And so Valium is on my don't give that man Valium list, you know. Yeah, Jules. Hang on a second. I got an aspirin bottle in here. I want to. Yeah, because it really bummed me out when I was looking on the bottle a year or so ago, and I was like, "What the hell? What the hell is NSAID?" Okay, it says drug facts on this, you know, bottle of aspirin. Active ingredients in each tablet: aspirin, 325 milligrams, and then in parentheses it says NSAID, NSAID, and out to the edge it says pain reliever, fever reducer, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. But it says aspirin, but parentheses is NSAID. Now, what the hell is NSAID? Because aspirin, it should be aspirin. I mean, just saying. And I didn't check on it actually, and I thought about it over time, and it's like, well, I'm pretty much screwed anyway because I'm gonna have to take it. You know, it's one of the few things that actually help kill my pain and manage it and so forth without taking something that's really, you know, out there. Oh, it's 2:20. Ooh, time for a natural remedies. Yep, they're only meant to be a very short term drug because heroin meant to be no more than 6 weeks. Wait, for what? I missed it. I think I missed something. Oh, Valium. Oh, yeah. My adopted mother, Bessie, she had to take her Valium. When on the carnival, you know, the joints are lined up, on the edge, and the rides are usually on the outside, so people can park their trucks or trailers behind their joint trailer. Well, mom and dad, they had uh, the cookhouse for many years. So because the cookhouse was a center joint, there they weren't right behind anything. So they might be all the way down at the end of the midway where the trailer is parked behind somebody else or something because their joint is in the middle of the midway. And so if they'd been a side joint, their trailer would be right behind it. Yeah, they're at war, Diane. The what little bit of information has kind of come to me, it's just like they're um they're in lockdown because the enemy knows their position and they don't want to stick their heads up. It'd be like whack-a-mole. And them folks don't play. So every the other day I woke up and it was a Dante thought. And I even texted a couple of people. I think it might have been Michelle and um, uh, Elderberry. And I said, I said, I just had this weird thought. I said, there's euphoria in the dream time. And I said, I ain't got a clue what that means. But I woke up and Dante, and it was almost like they had a big crucial thing, and whatever that crucial thing was, and that it turned out okay. Like, whoo, we made it. There was euphoria in the dream time. And it was sort of a relief. And my worries go way back with Dante when it would be weeks before he'd put out, they'd put out a video or something. And that's when I did that video that I did that they republished. And in that, we're the Silent 72. no matter what's going on over there, and I know they're literally in the middle of a war. They're shooting each other, killing, stabbing, and other stuff. And with all of the one of his last videos was he was showing where there was uh, a center for folks to come, and they had food and this and that, and it was one of their halfway houses or something, um, and that told me right there for me than hurricane season and stuff like that, that they've got this set up, but the storm ain't over. You know what I mean? Do I have any other intel? No, but the intel that seems every time I ask, my guys, folks, it's that, they don't want to stick their heads up right now. They can't. They're like under fire and busy, setting up maybe a new control center or whatever, because there've been a lot of bombings. And, there was one night, it was just not far away from where they were staying it out when he was taking, live video from his balcony. And so if the showing got anywhere closer to his neighborhood, they've had to skedaddle and, find another place, set up, you know what I mean? So, and stuff's going on. So doing a video ain't what's on their mind at the moment, and we need to understand there's a war going on. And even sticking their heads up long enough to, to say, hey, everything's groovy might be too much, honestly. One of the interesting things are that other backup channel, Daymar or Daymir or something like that, and there's another one I forget. I don't know if they're still active, but there hasn't been anything on those channels either. And if Dante hadn't said anything, there were a lot of times there were little hints that came up on the other channels. So it's going to be interesting. But personally, my intel that I get about the Dante group, not necessarily him alone, but is about 80, 85%. So if I get this feeling, something, know something, it has been in the past where Dante has said something. There's been a video, something that came in and went, oh, back, there was backup information. I'm going, holy crap. And I've talked about this before. So, oh, it's 2:26. I'm yapping. So, but anyway, do I know specifically? No. But in looking at the circumstances and other things around and some of the things that he's already laid out, yeah, they're busy. I mean, not just Tim, I mean the whole group. The whole Charistus group is busy. If I had bombs and missiles coming in and screaming at me, I'd be less inclined to that one of the videos that Dante did on the balcony was like his wife was like, "Get in here," and he was like, "Yeah, okay," you know, and he's still, oh, there's another missile coming in, and and his wife like, get your butt in here. So, not that being, inside the building is any more safe than on the balcony. I could understand his point of view, and he's been in he was in the armed services and special forces and UN details and all that kind. NATO, I think. But so anyway, him standing out on the balcony was sort of like, hey, I was in the field when they were shooting at us, so but other people have not, experienced that. Yeah, that's Dante and the Charistas. I don't know if they deleted the channel. I haven't checked because I was just normally waiting on Because years ago, there were months. Oh, there was another guy. Was it Daymar or something like that? There's somebody else. I think it starts with a B, 777. But anyway, as a little child, I knew that I was connected somehow to something. Were they aliens? Well, angels, yes. Mother Mary, my personal, yes. Um, and so it's like, so there were a lot of information spiritually and otherwise that I was getting through the ether and without actually asking for it. Yes, and remember 777, if you do, that he also talked about, Prince's Corona. Um, and, I've talked about it before, and so did he, in that when they drilled into the Gulf of Mexico and they created the big Gulf spill and, the horizon thing, that he said they drilled in, and I believe him because where they drilled was the dumbest on the planet to drill. And all the folks that I knew in the business, I mean, I knew well drillers and folks that worked on platforms down in the Gulf, down in Louisiana, off the coast of Mobile and stuff like that. And folks like my friend Serge, who had drilled wells all around the Gulf of Mexico for different corporations and companies. And and where they drilled was stupid. But Dante said that they let out Prince's Corona, and that after that, um, good morning, Katniss. How are you? So he talked about Corona, and then when the virus showed up, um, I'm not quite sure if he said there was going to be a virus per se, but he did bring up Corona, the Gulf of Mexico, the oil spill, the black goo. And oh my God, you should have seen the black tar and goo that rolled up on the beaches down here and, just south of me. So, but anyway, the information I got, if my angel brothers are correct, was that there's been a lot of nasty going on, but at the same time, some of the bombing and killing and stuff is also netted in getting rid of some of these scoundrels. And in the news over there, the super soldier thing keeps coming up, and from different people and different things, and people talking about the super soldiers that are over there, and that can be shot and no then and they don't fall down, they're like weebles. So here's the thing about would these crazy people try to kill us, and are they trying to kill us? And I'm saying yes, and here's my reason. What the Catholic Church did by my pet of them, messing with me, and then finding out other boys within my parish and a family member, by the same priest, and it's like, so they have this quote underground pedophilia group within the Catholic Church in Tampa, and in other places too. I mean, Father Balthazar, who was a teacher who picked on me every single day, throw me up against the wall. He was arrested a few years after I graduated for soliciting a male prostitute down on Kennedy Boulevard, down in that area. So they never acknowledged it. They just kept moving the priest around. And and they knew what was going on. So here's the thing, all these people who said, oh, well, the Catholic Church wouldn't do that, David, but they did. And afterwards, well, then they told me and all of us boys who kept saying they're messing with us, these guys are crazy. He hinted at it, Triple, that the bad guys were looking at a way to do it. There was a video he did where he was recording some, I think it was Vlash, and a CIA or an FBI guy talking with somebody over in where they were at, and they were talking about developing a new something for next year and how effective it was going to be. So, did he predict it? Well, he had a recording of two guys talking about it. One of them supposed to be with the CIA or something. So, did he predict it was going to happen? Well, he gave proof that the other side was talking about it. Now, whether it's going to happen, have they developed? How does it work out? Don't know. Did he predict it? He gave a lot of strong hints that, but see, they've been after us for a long time. This is not anything new, is my point. So, the drugs that they give us, that through mental health, they made people who were slightly um, unbalanced that just needed a little bit of something like me. Um, the drugs that did work, they took away from me. Said you can't have them. You need to take this one. And I'm like, no, mother, no, give me that one back. And then when you raise your voice, you're being disruptive, and you're being uncooperative, and you're not listening. You're not following the doctor's orders because you're in their care system, care my ass, of the mental health. And now because you're a mental health patient, anything they say about you then, oh, well, he was a little crazy that day. He wasn't taking his meds properly. He didn't do so. Now it becomes all my fault or the patient's fault when it was instigated by the people supposedly um, supporting our best mental health. Well, if that was the case, they wouldn't take us off of drugs, drop us, and put us on something new that none of us had ever had before without any kind of, period of, getting used to it, nothing like that. So, and they, after about the third year when they really got into this, I said, and left the system along with this person and that person and I mean, around here that I knew personally. They were like, no, I had to get out of there. They were trying, I think they were trying to kill us, weren't they, Dave? And I said, yeah, they were. They were trying to make us so crazy by changing our meds back and forth and up and down that the end of it all, they were trying to kill us, you know? By being upset all the time and be, frantic and oh, well, you must be crazy because we've got you on these medicines. Oh, and you must be crazy because we've diagnosed you as bipolar. A lot of that going around, right? So everybody I knew was like, well, I'm being treated by bipolar. Well, I'm hearing voices in my head, and I tell my one of my counselors at the time, they were like, um, they got this little checklist, and are you having any visual hallucinations? And I'm like, not anything more than normal. And they look at me like, what? And I'm like, y'all know I've had a lot of LSD. I'm not on anything currently, but what's to say one hallucination is a dream or a flashback? But so, do you hear voices? And I was like, um, I would lean into the desk and I would go, what do you mean by hearing voices? And they put their pen down and look at me and go, what do you mean by hearing voices? And I'm like, well, what if I was hearing voices, but it was sort of like more like a spirit guide or, you know, my guardian angel, which means it's sort of like my intuition. Well, what are they telling you, Dave? Well, they ain't telling me to go out and rape and murder and kill and be a thief. No, if that's your thing, usually they warn me about, don't do stupid shit, But at the same point, though, when you ask the question, am I hearing voices? I can't actually hear them auditorially, but they're in my head and they're yakking at me. And, um, so, but it ain't some kind of devil trying to convince me to do stuff. It's actually, they're trying to prevent me from doing stupid stuff that might harm myself or somebody else inadvertently down the line. So, where do you classify hearing voices? So, I used to love to play with them mofos, but I had some very interesting conversations in that. So, in my trying to understand my craziness, some of these things were like my brain, because I had had a really bad head bang. My brain had been knocked around and squashy, and it was like my brain was still going, and it hadn't settled down yet. So, with all the 20 plus head concussions I've had in my lifetime, there are some that take a little longer for things to shake down. And there are some, there's there are spirits in the room in here. Something just went by there. Interesting. But the idea though that like for example, the spirit realm, when you see things out of the corner of your eye or something, or me having um 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 what's a ESP with my grandma and how accurate we were. We didn't talk about that kind of stuff, but later on, after she passed away, and I had this one particular therapist who was very interesting. And so we talked about all kinds of stuff. And she was like, well, listen, and when she had to take another job down in Tallahassee, on our last meeting, she said, I want you to know that I thanked her. I said, listen, in the last year, you've helped me out in so many ways because I got cracked in the head. My brain's been, literally oozing out my ears sometimes. And I said, thank you so much for your patience and your kindness. She goes, no, thank you. She said, you have no idea how much I've learned from you, from our conversations. Because I wasn't just talking about, I was borderline in some of the things I'm talking about here. I was like, look, I'll be honest with you. And I said, and you can determine whether or not I'm flaky or crazy or whatever. But, so I mean, and she looked at me practical and she goes, there are some things that you talk about that make perfect sense, Dave. And I was like, well, I'm trying to work through it myself, but, and thank you because you're my sounding board. I don't have family members or a wife to yell at me or whatever, but I didn't. She laughed about that. But um, years after I was, out of the system, she and her husband, they knew I was in theater. They would come up from Tallahassee anytime I was in a show and always stay at the end. And she would come up and go, hi, remember me, my husband? Oh, yes, very much. It's so glad to see you. And we'd have, 4 shows a year. And there sometimes I was in 2 of those shows one way or another. And when they hired me to work at the theater, I was there for every show. But they'd show up and she was always gracious, shook my hand and thanked me for the wisdom and insight we shared during the time that she was my therapist. Absolutely lovely lady and a couple. And thank God there are people like that on the planet. So, and then I've had some real dickheads, male and female dickheads. But what are you going to do? So, and the psychiatrist, oh my God, they look at you and they go, I am a licensed psychiatrist. That's my that's my diploma on the wall. What I say I know and you do. I know what's best for you. Little Chinese Korean lady that was like feisty little bitch that really wasn't not aware. Locked up somewhere in her PhD as a psychiatrist. She lived in this little world, this ivory tower, where none of us lived. None of us lived where she lived. And thank God they had to have 6 other people to determine whether or not I was sane enough to go home, when it was a mistake that they put me in there to begin with, but because they'd been messing with my medicine. So, but anyway, so the whole system is out to get you. As much as I was going to mental health to because I'd had head bangs and I knew my brain was going off in weird places and I did not know what to do with it. And in having really crazy times and seeing shit run across in front of your eyes and it not being there and I'm not tripping or I'm not on drugs. I mean, I'm trying to, I'm not on alcohol anymore. I mean, I'm trying to do good, clean up my life, and it just gets weirder, you know. So I was so close too many times through going through the mental health, them switching drugs and, getting hit on the head. That was not my fault. I mean, I had a tree limb that came out of the oak tree one time. There's a big piece of limb out there today that came out during some high wind the other day. And but this big tree limb hit me on the head. I was around um, um, Thanksgiving one year, and I walked outside to get wood for the fire, and boom, I heard this crack. Next thing I know, I wake up very cold. I'd been on the ground with this huge tree limb on my head and knocked senseless. And nobody around, living by myself, and I just kind of came in the house and, what was I going to do? I woke up, my head hurt, but that knock on the head really wobbled my brain, which had already been wobbled by another hit on the head. Um, you know, all accidents, nothing on purpose, but the combination of them all have greatly affected my brain. So, as my exercises over the years, I have taken control back over my head. Now, y'all think I'm crazy now. I was bug eyed, 10 years ago. But I'm much better now at 70 years old when I should be getting senile and more stupid. And here I am, as I was talking to people in my group, I ended up being the oldest. And I was like, how did I end up being the oldest of this group of folks here? Well, no, I'm only 64. Oh, yeah, oh, really? Well, you look about, never mind being nice to this lady, very kind, gentle lady, but I'm thinking she's older than me, and I got her by 6 years, and I'm like, whoops. So again, overweight. But in having conversation with these folks, birthday parties or whatever that I'd come to, and I'd go do puppet shows years ago, and so they would come, and anyway, barbecues and stuff, and so I was the class clown. But after all these years, I still remember some of these folks, and they've got grandchildren now, and the little children now have children. So it's like good to see y'all. But the changes in attitudes and latitudes and weight size and mental health and so forth. Um, oh, let me go back up here. Oh, talking about Dante. Um, they're going to try a lot of stuff 777. And same to you, Diane. Yeah, and he said that these years were going to be, um, and could be bad or could be really bad or even worse. Well, thank you, Diane. I appreciate y'all coming because these folks put stuff in my head and they go, listen, you got to have a chat with folks. And I've been very pleased and honored by folks that I've talked to on the telephone, and that the some of the discussions that I've had and questions that they've asked me seem to resonate with them well, and it has helped them in some way. And I don't ask for pay, don't want no pay. I'm here to have conversation. And I said something earlier, and it may have sounded a little egotistical, but it's like, what is my purpose here? I want to help save your soul. That's it. Well, that sounds a little egomaniacal or something, right? Well, how can I help save your soul? By simply helping you find the right, whatever path it is for you. I don't care. I mean, honestly, if you're going to be, if you're going to follow it, and you feel it's the right spiritual path for you, go for it. Okay. But always remember, you can change your mind because you got a free will. That's the point. So we can learn about things, and if it don't suit us, and something else does, we ain't, like giving up. Oh, God will never forgive me because I'm not a Christian anymore. Well, if he's that evil, wicked, mean, bad, nasty like that God of the Old Testament, I don't necessarily want to worship that dude. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bad vibes. Gonna send locusts because you didn't do my will. I'm gonna, burn down this. I'm gonna, okie dokie. But he's the God of love. I have never figured that one out. Because in having conversations with, there are natural disasters that have happened on this planet, and like listening to the native stories that we do with the legends and so forth, where islands came out of the sea, and then there's the Lemurians and some of the native folks who it went under the ocean and they had to come into Western United States, and that's how many of those tribes got on the west coast of they didn't all come from Russia and down around Alaska. Some of them came from other areas, but besides the point, the native legends tell of when the islands sank and they had to move like into California. So, there's migrations and stories that ain't in the Bible, but that talk about people moving and floods and, islands coming out of the ocean, islands going into the oceans, that they're not talking about that creator. Some of the legends they do, like, we must have pissed off creator. We must have pissed off the gods, or we must have pissed off somebody. Um, but in being so close to the earth and not understanding universal things like we can see with telescopes and stuff, um, their understanding went into, what do the stars and the constellations look like? They look like warriors, and you know Orion, he's holding up I think it's a mountain lion. Uh, it, I've heard different things as to what he's actually holding, but he killed it, right? And the other hand is a sword. Oh, by the way, Diane and all y'all, one of the things that for my personal prayer, I continuously ask for wisdom. And as far as I know, my folks ain't lied to me. So the fact that I picked up 4 more subscribers in the last 2 weeks, to me is like, it ain't about numbers, but instead of losing subscribers, I keep picking up a few. So, okay, So I was told years ago when I first started this channel that for those who wish to hear it, they'll hear it. And for those who need to hear it, if they'll listen, they'll understand. And I'm like, okay. So, as much information that I have yapped about, um, no one up to this point, I'm not trying to keep score with anything, but no one up to this point has said, Dave, you were just dead wrong on that. You were just wrong, you know. And now there are times when I go, well, it was close, but no cigar. But um, the information that they seem to pass on to me that I have conversation with you, they've been pretty much right on the money. Whether they're linked with Dante's group or not, that's my assumption because it feels that way. That's all I can say. It's my assumption. I don't have any real proof other than I've had some communications that say that, they're keeping an eye on you, Dave. Cheers, good job. And one of the things that in one of Dante's videos, it was like over the weekend or like a Sunday night, Monday night kind of thing, like I'm doing now. That it was the next day or two, he did this video and he said something like, "Oh, by the way," and blah 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 blah, and it was exactly some of the words. It was some of the words I had used. He used exactly. I mean, in the same order, the same words in the same sentence. And I was like, I was freaking out. I was like, did he like watch my video? Because that is exactly what I said. I mean, each word just, I was like, whoa, so there have been things like that for me. And can I prove anything else? No. But there have been those personal insiders, if you will, that is like have been dead on the money. So that's the best I know. Now, the other thing, from what I know of my visits with Mother Mary and my angel group, having I don't want to say not having anything to do with Dante because he has been an influence, but I've been working for the Angel Corps for a while. I mean, ever since I was in high school and as grade school, and I was indoctrinated into the Catholic Church. But much like Sister Helene, who was my mentor back then, um, I asked her, I said, "How come you're still a nun? And, if you know all these things about the Vatican and stuff, and you're telling me don't become a priest or go study Buddhism because Jesus was a Buddhist, which has turned out more right than wrong, right?" And I knew this back in 1970. So, over the years, having taken her counsel and having her counsel come true. And so for me, it's like, holy crap. So I asked her, I said, "So why are you still with the Catholic Church?" And she said, "David, I've made my vow to God, not the church." And so everything and anything now, so regardless of the religion, regardless of it's Christian, Buddhist, Native American, or whatever, I've made my promise to the universe. I've made my promise because I believe in angels, because I believe in my visits from Mother Mary and what was presented to me as a child and over the years. So I'm already there. And then along comes Dante to like solidify some of the things. And then I sent him emails, and then I did that video that they republished, and we'll knock it all down. You ain't got enough room on. Move down, move down, move down. Now, doggone. So there's been some synchronicities, and just matter of fact, that time he repeated that sentence word for word on the same subject, right? And I was like, shit, did he just watch my video? But so But regardless of a religion, I'm working for the good guys, period. Whether you want to call them the Charistas or, I've talked about, I feel like I'm part of the Palladian group somehow. There's been some suggestion over my many years that that is true. Okay. I'm just going to, it's just in the background. I'm not trying to walk around and parading that I've been talking to the Palladian ship and that this guy and that guy and I'm in touch with. I may be, but I ain't talking about it. I ain't yakking about it. I'm not trying to be Palladian, but it's very possible because of when I was a kid, having nothing to do with all this, new age stuff. And I mean, as a kid, I've had this. So before I knew what Palladians were, um, so for me, you know, people have gotten to their place of spirituality in various different ways. There's some folks that didn't know about certain stuff until way later. I was astral projection with projecting with my magic pillow as a young teenager, flying around and doing stuff, and I got caught that time. I've talked about this story. But so that's proof to me, oh holy crap, this is actually real. You know, on that time when, Mary appeared to me in that field down in the woods. I had a rabbit at each foot, and this lady appeared, and I'm like, holy crap, just like in the movies. And I was down in the woods, not expecting to go see, you know, um, um, a any type of figure. Um, but the whole incident was like weird. I was having troubles with my quote adopted mother because uh, my grandmother at the time, that wicked old witch of the north, Catherine, we had went to Ohio to visit them, and she took me down into Dayton, going to ride the trolley, which we did, going to take me to the Five and Dime, which we did. And then she said, while we're on the trolley, I'm going to take you to see your real mother. And I was like, what? No, I'm like 12, 13 years old, or 11 or 12. I don't think I was 13. Because it was before I got into playing football, so it had been 12. So she takes me to this lady's house, introduces me, as that this is my real mother. If the adoption had gone correctly, this woman was my mother, and this would have been my sister, and this is the house you would be living in now with this baby grand piano over here on the back in the room over here. So when I get back to the house, Granny, the Wicked Witch, you know, Becky and Arnie start telling me, take a bath, do this. Well, I get this attitude. Listen, you can't tell me what to do because you're not my real mother. Grandma took me to see my real mother today. Oh, and the shit hit the fan. So I was in this. They would not tell me the truth. Becky and Arnie would never tell me the truth. My brothers and sisters, which we had all met this last summer, right? They knew who I was. They knew I was their brother when they were old enough to know. And so all of them knew I was their brother. There was no secret on that side of the family, but on this side. So as a young boy, here's this wicked witch has introduced me. She wasn't no more my mother than the man in the moon, but that's how cruel she was. So then that started. Now, nobody tells me the truth. Now, my intuition says something's up here. Why? And I keep insisting, why won't you tell me the truth? Well, because it's this or that. Well, but my cousins all knew I was their brother. So why couldn't they tell me? Because it was Bessie had it all arranged. She would dress us up like dolls and, purchase on the couch. me, my sister, and Danny. So always boom, doom, doom, and sit still, hands on your laps. Children are to be seen and not heard. She was cruel. Lock us out of the house when we had to go to the bathroom. We'd had to sneak somewhere in the woods, and peeing behind a tree is one thing, but when you got to take a dump and you're like 10 years old in the neighborhood, that's just not nice. But so anyway, so that's the kind of thing I was contending with. But then when Mary appeared to me and brought me comfort in my time of need and gave me compassion and understanding, and in a way directed me to my grandma Raleigh, who was an absolute angel on earth. So I know other people get to their spiritual points in lots of different ways. So whether mine is unique or not, other folks have had visions of folks and conversations with people. I've had conversations with other folks too. But the idea that can I prove it? No. But I know in my heart that having had these spiritual enlightenment conversations with the angels and others, that they have taught me so much. I have learned so much from the universe. And you have to acknowledge it. You have to accept it and receive it, as you hear me say in my prayers all the time. It can be facing right at you, and it be everything you need to. You're always losing subs. 777. Do you think the vax gives shingles? I, as I said earlier, every one of us that's had chickenpox has the capacity to get, for it to get re-agitated. I would not put it past them. And I kind of got off topic, but back when, you know, would they do that to us? Listen, if an organization like, the Catholic Church can have an underground pedophilia ring running right in front of God and everybody, and when us children would tell our parents, oh, well, that wouldn't happen, the church wouldn't allow that. And then later on, when it was proven, well, why didn't you tell us, David? We did. You didn't listen to us. You didn't believe us because you couldn't believe that the Catholic Church would allow such things to go on. And apparently they still are, but not, hopefully not as bad. But here's the point: we told the truth and they didn't believe us. So now you tell the truth about something else, they're going to believe us? No. I've been talking about certain things over the years, and some friends who kind of left me high and dry back when I started prophesizing, you better, I told people back in 2013 and 14, I said, the message is there's hard times coming. And it might not be tomorrow, the next day, but hard times are coming and you need to get ready. Well, here we are, okay, it's been 8 years, but are we in hard times? And I wrote some of this town stuff out on like 2.5 pages typewritten. And I found it the other day and I read through it and I was like, holy shit. I was like, 8 out of 10 on the stuff. And some of the other things were a little vague and, you know, so from a vision that they gave me that I did not ask for, but has happened. A lot of the stuff that I'd put on this list, and I handed it to certain friends of mine. And said, "Listen, I love you all. You know, take this for what it's worth, but please, Jesus, I hope none of this happens. But this is so real to me. Please listen." And they didn't. They didn't. They kept going on their own little places and stuff, and abandoned what I was trying to help them do. So recently I was listening in and they're like, oh my God, the shelves are this and that. And I'd warned them 5 years ago. I said, you should start putting up canned goods and stuff. Well, why? I'm just here, Well, you're a conspiracy nut, Dave. We know. Okay. And now I got canned goods and stuff, and they're all like scrambling. I'm sorry, you didn't listen to me. I prayed that I was wrong, but I ended up being a whole lot more right than I wanted to be. I still don't want to be right. You know what I mean? But the facts are that in my life and what was had been shown and given to me to share with y'all, I still get scared. Some bitch is right again. So I've asked them, please don't share. I don't want to know future events. I don't want to know any details after the volcano event and all them hearing and seeing all them people getting fried by the volcano. I don't want to see it. No, don't, please don't show me. You can hint, but please don't show me. But anyway, so what's going on there with the thing about, let me talk about Dante and the Christus for a moment. There are many, many, many outside activities going on that are trying to help us and stop these idiots that are trying to kill us. But that they've been those rich folk who think they own the planet, from our point of view, they do. They've got deeds for stuff. They really believe they own the whole planet. You got to understand this in a much bigger picture. And so, um, like me and Robert V had talked about last week, I think, um, in that, and we've talked about it before in Native American myths and legends, in that when the white man got here, we were talking about Lewis and Clark last week, and part two is coming up tomorrow. But when the Americans purchased, the Louisiana Purchase, from France, and we got all that Western territory, and Lewis and Clark went out to explore it and map it and all that. Um, you know, that basically anything that they bought, including the people on the land, belonged to the United States government. They were grandfathered in. They were now. Well, wait a minute. I'm French. No, you're not. You're on American soil now. What's an American? You know. I mean, think about it. Back in 1700s and all that, and when they first 1804, I think is when they Louisiana purchased, but well, a ways back, right? So here are these guys going out in the wilderness, going, "Hey, y'all are Americans now." Looking at each other, going, "What? What, Kimasabi? What are you talking about, Willis?" And there were folks that had gone out before saying, "Oh, viva la France," and they're looking at them going, "What?" So the people on the land, they know that they're part of Mother Earth, but they ain't got a clue that somebody just bought this section of Mother Earth, which they could not comprehend. I still, it still flushes me sometimes. Oh, aluminum. But so anyway, there are many entities, spaceships, aliens, whatever you want, that are collaborating with us to try to, stop these idiots. But at the same times, there are bad guys, the Flash and the Moteur, and probably a couple others that are trying desperately to follow the Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, because in that they state how many people are supposed to be here at the end of that time. So they've already told us what they're going to do. Do not be surprised. you know, how are they going to do it next time? I don't know. They've tried it in vaccinations and this and that. They've tried fires in California, hurricanes in Florida and Texas. Anyway, but, natural catastrophes. Do they have machines that can create earthquakes? Yeah, they proved it years ago. Absolutely. They've got seismic generators that can, boost sound beams in a certain area at a certain frequency and create at least a mini earthquake, create tremors. All the fracking they're doing are creating, substrates and everything in the Earth's crust and is messing up Mother Earth big time. But they continue to say that it's not doing any harm. But there are earthquakes in places they ain't never had earthquakes much, and they're becoming here in the United States. So, and Mother Earth is going through her own changes. I mean, look at all the electrical storms and things we're getting off the sun, all these gamma and other kind of rays that are coming out of the cosmos at us. You know, we're getting bombarded. Not only are we at war, but Mother Nature in the universe is having having a field day with us too. So I don't think that, you know, gamma rays or whatever coming from the universe is like, the whole solar system's getting hit. It ain't like they're just picking on us, you know. So we've got to get out of this mindset that everything's just, it's all about, oh my God, they're trying. Maybe Mother Earth is just having her own rebirth, Many of us believe it. So if Mother Earth is rebirthing and we're having her earthquakes and lava and volcanoes and torrential rains and no rain, I mean, we're in an almost no rain situation now, right here where I'm at. So got to be careful with water right now. And if it gets any drier, it's going to be a hard, summer for those of us with shallow wells and so forth. But anyway, but so, it's been worse before. And I'm pleased and ecstatic that I got water in the well and everything's, copacetic at the moment, at least. So, but I've seen hard times before. And if they come back again, I'll regret it, but I'll handle it, because I've made concessions. I've got water storage. I've got other things. I've got solar panels if I need to hook them up. I mean, there's so many things that I have accumulated over the years that if things get really, really, really bad, even if it's just another hurricane like we've had, we I'll be able to make it by, and be fairly comfortable. So, but through experience, through storms, through tornadoes, two over my house, you learn to accept things that are just natural. Sometimes shit just happens. Period. It ain't about God. It ain't about this. Creator's not trying to. It's just sometimes shit happens. Okay, that's it. You know. But in the grand scheme of things, we have to understand that there are so many different factions. There are so many different levels to the galactics, if you will. There's folks talking about the Palladians and, the folks from Scorpio and from Sirius and the folks from Orion and the Palladians. And so, you know, we have enough trouble with the Republicans and the Democrats, right? And the different problems politically around the world. We watching folks fighting all the time. So you get all these galactics, whoever they may be, trying to agree on the same damn thing. Now just stop and think about that a minute. So now the bad guys, they're just going to do bad guy stuff. And so they're agreeing on the bad guy stuff because it's bad guy stuff. So a bunch of cowboys, hey, let's go rob a train. Okie doke. So, but the sheriffs and the people, and they don't know what's going on. They don't know how to react. So, the bad guys, the bad alien folkses, and other entities that would like to see us all fail, um, you know, so we don't know what they're going to pull next, but we have to be prepared just in case. And there was a time frame when Dante has said that the 2017 to 2023 was going to be, especially where we are now, was going to be really, tough. And I think he was warning us that on a grand scale, they were going to be able to interrupt food. I mean, there are folks that, that we watch that I have subscribed to their channels, over in Europe, different places. And some of them folks are, paying exorbitant prices for just tiny little things that they have, and that they're really being hit a lot harder than we are over here. And my hat's off to y'all. I'm sorry. I really am. I saw this coming years ago, prayed that it wouldn't, but here it is. So the fact that the UN Charter and all them folks with Agenda 2030, we need to be asking them questions. How you going to kill us? What's up your sleeve next? Is monkeypox it? They want to scare us. They have to keep us in chaos. They have to keep us scared. They have to keep us in fear. And we got to have the courage. We got to have the guts. And we got to have enough gumption and determination to get through this and seek the glory on the other end. That's the message. After 4 hours and 5 minutes, wow, has it really been that long? I didn't think I could be here that long. But you know me, I like to chat. Got all the answers. I'm going to. The reason, what? Hang on. I'm sort of preloaded with it's 3:20. I understand, Scratch. We lost some people up here too. Oh, by the way, um, yeah, too many groups to keep track of. And but here's the thing. So it isn't just about a war about good and evil, but that's a main factor, okay? But it is about some of these people going back thousands of years think they own the place. That movie Jupiter Ascending or something, where they were all, and they were all on Jupiter and these other planets, and they said, "No, we own that little blue speck down there." And they were like, "No, you don't." "Oh, yes, we do. We have a treaty and a thing, and it goes back thousands of years." So there are people out there, and Jupiter Ascending, I think, was it. I might have the wrong movie, but anyway, um, and there are entities out there that think they own us, period. Well, ain't that a little far fetched? Then why do they want to kill us? Why have they already stated how many of us they want? And what now in 8 years and slowing? Yeah. But did you understand that, Jules, when you saw it, that they were talking about us, you know? Oh, let me pass this on. Now, there are lots of folks, I am one of them. I perspire under my arms unmercifully. It could be the dead of winter, and I'm still, I can still be sweating under my arms. Now, for many years, I used antiperspirant, the anti don't sweat stuff, but it has aluminum oxides in it. And anytime and every time I use the anti stuff, because if I was going on stage for a show, I would sweat like a hog or a pig, or no, they don't sweat. I'm a horse. Okay. So, I mean, I'd be wringing slap wet, shirt soaked. and the audience right there, and yeah, it was kind of gross. So, but during the week of a show, actually 2 weeks, but I would use the anti stuff so I wouldn't perspire and soak my shirts on stage the way I did. But every time I used it, my arms would break out almost immediately. Maybe not that day, but the next day and the next day, it hurt so bad to put it on. I was like, oh my God. But it's the aluminum in the antiperspirant stuff. And folks are just putting it on because they don't want to sweat through their shirt or whatever. And it's like, do you know how much this is killing y'all? I'm just saying, but they don't talk about what's in things that you roll on your body or stuff like that. Just saying. So if you do the anti stuff, only if it's really important, I would stop using it and just go with regular deodorant that doesn't have anything in it. Because we all can get a little stanky, but sweating is natural. And if you sweat too much like me, then only on special occasions would I use the aluminum stuff. But well, it's 220 here. It's supposed to be 320. Um, and I missed it's 325 now on the thing. Sustainable development. Yeah, that ain't um yeah, but there are a lot of people that don't know. Miss Jules. I mean, there are many of us who have, quit using certain products or things or stuff because we know better. But there are a lot of folks out there that just go, oh, I heard that's just a theory. There are young girls out there trying to they don't want to sweat, they don't want to do this. And, so they're using some of these items, you know, and then finding out later on. I talked with some folks that have have teenage daughters, and they're like, man, my daughter used this product and she broke out all over the place. We had to go find a hypoallergenic something or other. And it was like, oh, really? Yeah. And here, all the other little girlfriends are using this product and they're all having similar kind of rashes or things or something. I'm like, well, so why do they keep using this shit? Why are they still selling it? If all these girls in this one little group in this one little town are having this much trouble, odds are that number is much larger, you know? So my friends, I love you all. It's been 4 hours and 12 minutes and 39 seconds. Now, my little 3Gs for well, that was a good one. My 3G subject for tonight: understand that the universe, it is oh 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. Love you too, Chloe. I love y'all. I do. And it's like, for example, let me touch on this for a moment because it's sort of like one of the big lies that are out there. There are several folks that I subscribe to that fix and work on cars and things and stuff and are keep up with the trends in the motor industry. And I worked in the automotive industry with a tier one company. In other words, the stuff that we made went right on the vehicle and it was used immediately. And without a tier one company, there were things that, if they didn't get them, they couldn't finish the car. So, but anyway, having been in the trade for 7 years back in the day until 2005, and keeping an ear and an eye on it as much as I could. But the insider trading things that you would hear from Ford or Chrysler or whoever. Now, we didn't deal with Chevrolet, so we didn't know about Delco Remy, but the things that were going on in Europe and the differences in the this and the that. And it's like, oh my God, the bickering and the this and Ford's trying to take over this and they want this market share and this is doing that. And so they make these parts like my 98 Mazda B2500, the only year they made them. So there are things that are on my truck that ain't even in the book. There's this little gizmo that I can't find it. I've looked for the part. It says on the thing that there's a variable speed sensor. Nobody knows what the hell they are, but they're part of it's on the vehicle, but it ain't in the book. It ain't in the manuals. Nobody knows, and between folks on YouTube, what the hell some of this stuff is and how to fix it. So what So these large companies, and here's Ford did a product called coil on plug. So a coil is something that speeds up the electricity so that a high voltage jumps out. So it will make that spark plug spark and nice and blue color and ignite the gas and make your engine run. Okay, so back in 2002-ish, 2003, Ford came out with this thing for their V8 engine in some of their big luxury cars, right? And it's called coil on plug, new technology. So with normal stuff, you have a coil pack, but it sends high voltage down your spark plug wire and to the spark plug. Now, and they each work, but so what they wanted to do was instead of having a coil pack, they would run low voltage to the spark plug. And right at the end of the spark plug was going to be this little coil that it supercharged the spark plug at the spark plug. So what happened was 6 months into this, we're in charge of making these things, okay, at our plant. They've got two machines that are huge, all these gizmos and stuff, and it don't work with them. 3 shifts, 24/7 for a year and a half to get these things to run. Now, after 6 months, they were already getting cars back to Ford because the shaking of the engine, especially a V8 and moving around and stuff, wiggled these little coils on the end of the spark plug, and the ceramic in them would crack. And then the crack would not allow it to fire the engine correctly. So before the end of the year of the cars they were making, about 2003, they knew the coil on plug sucked. They knew they had a solution. Now, in within the last month, I bought parts for my truck, spark plugs, and I'm going through Ford thing on the internet, looking at prices and looking for spark plugs and wires and stuff. And I run across these Fords that still have coil on plug. It's called COP. Now these things were faulty when they made them. I mean, right out the door, they did not work. Ford should have offered people a reset they could have put in because it used regular spark plugs. So all they had to do was put a coil pack on it, which is common on a lot of Ford vehicles, and and run regular spark plug wires, which we could have built for them and ended up doing. But it took them a year and a half to pull the project. So there are still V8 engines out there that people are having problems with because Ford refused to acknowledge that the coil on plug program sucked. And they made millions of vehicles and they never admitted anything. They haven't helped people to like, well, we've got this retrofit kit for $100, and we'll install it free. But you got to buy the parts. But fuck if it'll clear up my V8 engine from running rough and won't start and all this. Oh my God, have they done it yet? No. So this is 2023 or 20. Oh, that was a good. It's oh my God, 2022, 3:33 in the morning. Um, and yeah, now I've got a Mazda, which is a lot of Ford parts under it, and I've got almost 300,000 miles on my truck, and I love it. The Ford Rangers and stuff, the people I know that we love our trucks, we do. But some of the newer stuff and things, and I don't know, and there are a lot of mechanics now who are going, these new 10-speed transmissions with all these little settings, and you don't shift anything anymore. You can't buy a standard shift. And I was looking at maybe getting a new vehicle and could I afford it and all this if I trade in my vehicle and this. And I was like, wait a minute, you mean I can't buy a standard transmission? Oh, no, they don't make them. What? No, I don't want an automatic. You know why? Because my any standard transmission, you can give it a little push down a hill, and if the battery's bad and you can't start it, you can pop the clutch and get your vehicle running. You can't do it with an automatic, period. And so for all these years, I'm 70 almost, and you can't buy a standard shift. What? No, well, in that case, I ain't buying anything newer than maybe a 2000. I'm going to find something older that's got a stick shift and a clutch, because some of these new hybrid transmissions and stuff cost, um, $5,000 to $10,000. If anything goes wrong in them, you got to pull the whole thing out. The transmission, it's a 10-speed. Oh my God! And all you do is turn a little dial to shift gears. I'm sorry, I think that would just freak me out, but because I'm an old shifter from way back. If you want a reliable electric system on a car, buy a Honda. No, back in the day, the little Honda Civics, you couldn't kill them. You've never been able to afford a Honda. Well, my little Isuzu truck went almost 300,000 miles. My Mazda truck, which is a lot of Ford components, um, but I've driven it just what I would consider normal. I don't try to screech, or I don't go up to the stop sign and, you know, um, but um, Toyota makes a good car. Now, I can't verify the newer models, and the older Datsuns before they became Nissan were great cars. I had several Datsuns. I mean, the Datsun 280Z, oh my God. I've driven one before. Those things will scare the crap out of you. They're so fast. But good night, David. Good to see you around. Be safe. Yeah, I had a Fiat Sport that was like, I don't know, it was like back in the late 70s. And that thing it had Pirelli tires on it. And oh my God, it was a little boxy thing, but run like a scalded dog. And they've done movies back in the day with these little Fiats running through Italy and all around. I think one of the Pink Panther movies where they did a big chase scene at the end of it, where they're all going around the fountain and everything, that used this particular model of Fiat. Oh my God, them things were tough. Now, and got Fiat got by these folks and them folk and this one. For me, I'm going to find an older vehicle to fix up. I'm going to fix up my other old truck up there. There are, it's still got points in it. There is no computer. and it's got a carburetor on it that I could take apart, or put a different carburetor on, or do something. There's a video out there where this guy, I'm not, I think it's a 6 cylinder, but he took a a gasoline, a lawnmower carburetor and put it on his vehicle. Yeah, me too, Scratch. Because one of the issues I'm having right now is carburetor, because the computer, because the O2 sensors aren't acting right. I'm running rich a little bit, then I'm running lean, and so I've got this issue where the other day trying to come back from the park, I'm driving along, and it just, and I had to downshift into second, and she broom 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 broom. And so between, I know I still have to change my electric um, um, fuel pump, but the idea back in the day, they had manual fuel pumps, anyway, that you could add an electric if you wanted to. But the carburetors, yeah, my MK2 Ford Escorts. I've got it's an 88 Toyota out there sitting in my yard that I really want to get it back on the road. It's going to cost me a nice little bundle, but I've still got a couple of things to work on my truck, because I need my truck for hauling stuff. But my car is a backup, and it's just sitting in my yard. I got to fix it. I got to fix it. I don't care if I have to buy a whole new engine or whatever. I'm going to fix it, because even if it cost me 5 grand, which I've priced some motors that wouldn't cost 5 grand, but to fix up my Toyota, because the body's still in good shape, the undercarriage is still in good shape. I had just replaced it's got disc brakes on all fours. They've been sitting and might need to be turned and, get the rust off of them. And I'll probably have to buy new tires, but all the other things. So if I had to buy a whole new engine for this Toyota out there, I would still be thousands, if not like tens of thousands of dollars ahead, because it don't have a computer in it neither. It's got a sort of a mechanical um, fuel injection type thing, 16 valve overhead cam thing. Um, yeah, I've had a couple of Toyotas, and if you treat them right, unless there's just something wrong with the car, if you treat it right, it'll run forever. If you just drive normal driving, don't try to race it and stuff, it'll. I had I guess it was a late '80s model Toyota, little 2-door, 4-seater, but 36 miles to the gallon. It drove really nice and clean, and a deer jumped out and smacked the front end of it. You know, Not the car's fault, and like the front end of my truck is all messed up because 3 deer have, graced the front end of my truck. And I think if the next one I hit will bend my bumper back in. But I've got it's a British Leyland, a Dalmor. It's got the steering wheel on the right hand side of the car, and it looks like it came out of a James Bond movie from way back when, like from the '60s. And the front end of it looks like a Jaguar. It's the fenders, the lights, the grill, the whole 9 yards, and it's sitting in my backyard over here. And I really want to get, but um, uh, all the grill and everything. I mean, I would talk to my friend who was going to fix it up and just got old like me, and can't see very well and so forth. But anyway, I was like, if somebody, wanted to buy this car, they could buy it for the front end, and the hood's still good, the fenders are still good, all the chrome on it is like in perfect shape. and it's like a 1960 or 61. Um, but your red one, what, Scratch? I missed that. Oh, I got you. But anyway, so you know, if somebody was rich enough and had a bar, they could cut the front end of this car off and with hood and all and mount it on the wall. It would just look super cool. But anyway, well, listen, y'all. It's 3:43 a.m. I absolutely love hanging out with y'all. Um, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on out there. Lord have mercy. But just, you know, take a breath before you let it upset you too bad. Lots of people are working to keep the universe from blowing this planet up. you know, um, I got a chance to see. Um, oh, raise your hands, those of you who have seen The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But not really, but so I had seen it. I watched it again and went, "Oh my God, I forgot how funny this was, and how appropriate and apropos, or whatever." And so it's like, we're going to get rid of the Earth. Why? Well, we're putting a highway through here. What? And next thing you know, Earth is so. That's a little outlandish to think about. But if you're out there in the universe and a part of another race of people or whatever, and you go, "Oh, that dinky little planet down there," hey, let's have some target practice. There's some drunken aliens out there, that um, um, they want to buzz the tower, as pilots would say, fly real close in or whatever. So, and wait a minute, maybe some of that stuff is like real. Wait, you mean there are alien spaceships? They come down here and they have contests just for the hell of it? Yeah, because it's fun. Wait a minute, really? Well, what do you think they're doing coming down here, screwing with all the military bases and stuff? They're coming down here just screwing with them, just to, they're probably having contests like, "Hey, Jamal Ekbot, yes, let's see if we can get an F-15 to chase us." And Glee Clark, and the two UFOs flying through the desert of Nevada. Come on and get me. Oh, that'd be cool. But here's the thing: part of that statement is true. you know, because in a lot of ways, that's kind of sort of what's happening. But anyway, and even between the Christus and the other groups, they're checking each other out. But anyway, um, please don't panic. I mean, just please don't panic. Try to buy up the essentials, depending on where you live and what's going on. Um, threatened with getting wiped out off the face of the planet again, twice in 2 weeks. Person understood, Scratch. Um, you know, um, there have been folks that said we were supposed to be dead by now. I haven't done one of those videos in a while, but we ain't dead yet. But here's the thing: we haven't made the transition like was sort of promised. We're not on Earth 2. If if this is, it sucks worse than Earth 1. There we haven't ascended in any way. Some of us have. Some friends of mine, to me, have died early, and that's ascension. Um, and is the alien thing real or not? Well, there's a whole lot more stuff going on in that field than a couple of years ago. Are they making? Uh, um, Years ago, I was all for full disclosure right away, and having seen some of this stuff over the years and some of this stuff, I say no. Do we need to continue to let stuff out and say yes, that is true, and yeah, the Navy's been watching, and yeah, these guys, and yes, all this is true. Okay, so now it's got people going, well, wait a minute, you mean they really have been chasing UFOs? Yeah. Now let that settle in and kind of smolder in for and then they bring in the next part. We've been chasing some of these, and but they're the bad guys, because we have been communicating with some of the other UFO people, and they're the good guys. See, so first they're going to tell us that, yeah, these are, we've been chasing them, and yeah, all that's true now, and yeah, and okay, so what are they going to do next? Well, but we've been chasing the bad guys. Now, this is they're giving me this tidbit of information fresh off the press. Warning, warning, may be disturbing to elderly people and children. But that so how do they disclose this thing? Well, in pieces and parts, and FBI and CIA and all that, that's all really cool. But how do we see the aliens, right? So how do they introduce the aliens without them just, well, these guys over here in this video, yeah, blue beam. And but no, that too, but that they're admitting to actually chasing them, but who they're chasing are the bad guys. And that, yeah, there are other UFOs too, but actually we've been talking with these guys. And that's how we know those are the bad guys. See, they can wait, what? So we've been chasing these guys. Well, why? Well, because of the bad guys. How do you know? Because these other aliens told us so. You see? Now I don't know if this is actually going to happen, but my my guys upstairs right now are kind of giggling, going, this is how they launch it. You know, oh, we've seen the things and the jets are chasing, and okay, doke. Why are they chasing them? Well, they're unidentified. Well, okay, now they're what are the UAVs or something like that? Flying vehicles or something. Oh my God, in their rhetoric to cover shit up. But so, but if they if the next part out is, but those are the bad guys. How do you know? That's how they introduce them. You know, we'll see. Because I've been scratching my head about they ain't landed on the White House lawn yet. Of course, who would want to go talk to Biden anyway? But hey, look, hey, could I kiss you and touch your butt? That'd be Biden, Biden. Anyway, the idiot bastard son, abandoned to perish in back of a car. Kenny will stash him away in a jar. The idiot boy, Frank Zappa. Try and remember. But anyway, so there's all this, that he said that there was going to be a fake invasion and a thing, and well, I think it's gone beyond the point of it being a fake invasion, because that's what they wanted the United States to do. Well, because it's in Argentina and Mexico and all over the place, people taking videos of UFOs ain't got nothing to do with us. We're the guys that are going, oh man, we're still in denial. And so the folks who are in charge of the story, um, there are too many of them that are still alive that have been lying for so long. They don't want to get shot. Like picking a fight with Buzz Aldrin, whether he was on the moon or not. He believed he was. I'm just saying. I'm honestly think Buzz thinks he was on the moon, and they would have drugged him and put him in a tank and sent monkeys up into space. Who knows? But um, these folks, the crazy people, and they can't be humans, which begs to support the human hybrid, especially in the bad guys, because humans wouldn't do this to other humans. Only freaky, otherworldly, weird, would do some of this stuff, right? To other human beings. So, in my understanding of it, that's proof that the bad aliens exist because they ain't human, because of all the inhumane things that have done to mankind and to people and to stuff. Makes perfect sense to me. The aliens did it, So I love you all. Let me, yeah, Blue Beam. Drip disclosure. Yeah, there's a script, but they haven't quite figured out how to introduce the next part. But for the last 2 years, they've all been showing pictures of the Navy and things and stuff and UFOs. And so we're all pretty much inundated by that. So if you ain't figured it out, somebody's been chasing somebody. Now, the next thing is to who is the somebody? So, as a director and script writer and storyteller and etc., how would this turn out? So, as a writer and so forth, you'd say, well, they'd have to explain because somebody's asking, you too, Barry, have a good night. So, who are we chasing and why? And if it when it comes out it's the bad guys, then who did we get the information from? And then they introduced the good guys. Perfect plot. I don't know if that's how it's going to happen. It's being suggested. And as I sit here and chew my cud on it for a few minutes, that would work, you know. All right now, so the Navy discloses next. You know those pictures of the UFOs that we've been chasing? Yeah. Well, they're these really bad guys. Oh yeah, yeah, we're chasing them. So it gives the Space Force credibility. It gives this a really good way to build the story, and which kind of stays in line with the alien invasion thing. It goes back to the Reagan era when he said, what if we all had to get together and because of other worldly thing, outer worldly, So the whole thing is it would play in real nice. So my bet is, now they probably won't do it this way, but it may, as a good story, you know, um, we'll see how this plays out. You know what I mean? It'd be interesting. So oh, it won't be in silence. Nope. But Scratch, I've told this story before, and I honestly mean it. Back several years ago now, I watched this orange light come out of Tallahassee. It got to just overhead, and this white ball appeared. It shot a white laser at the orange ball. The white ball disappeared. The laser traveled over, and the orange ball went poof, and it disappeared. So I believe in lasers, and I believe in them shooting each other down with them because they literally showed it to me. So, but anyway, just understand that if you don't see Dante, even if he doesn't show back up again for whatever reason, and the Charistus um, group, doesn't have a strong presence. I know of two or maybe three other folks that are supposed to be enlightened with the hey Roman, how are you? And that's a good one. I ain't saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Yep. But there are two or three other people I have been listening to for many years now who have mentioned the Charistus group as part of the galactic support group, along with the Palladians and folks from other places. So the Charistus group was kind of sort of cussed at, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit. I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Oh, the Charistus group, they're getting in the way, and they were trying to be too nice, and we just blew a couple of them just out of the sky to get them out of the way." And I was like, "What? Hang on, wait a minute. And you're supposed to be the good guys?" But um, so there are other ET folks on channels and things that still talk about the Charistus group. So whether Dante comes back, I think the Charistus group, along with the Palladians and some of these other folks, and Dante's talk about the Anunnakian, that they're here to try to help fix what got messed up a long time ago, and that they've been trying to fix, but the bad guys keep wanting to make it worse. So I keep sending prayers to the universe and out loud. I want to make sure that the vibration is heard, in the universe, but that, I'm still behind the good guys. Whoever they are, whatever they're being called, if they're the good guys and they want us to survive, they want us to get better, they want us to, okay, the other guys that want to control and kill us all and all that kind of stuff, then no, I ain't working for them. And I don't think any of you are, at least, consciously working for them. So I think it's all good. I'm still working. I'm working for the good guys no matter what, no matter what their names are. So anyway, you too, Chloe. I'm fixing to get out of here myself. It's been almost 5 hours and I'm tired and need to get something else to drink. And I got to go look outside to see if I can see any meteors also. So y'all, please be safe. I really do love you all. And each and every day when I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And me and Duggar, we go outside all the time. And we be continuously looking up at the stars and praying for all of y'all. And we continue to pray that y'all will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And remember, there is so much out there that we know, but it's only one drop, as in a drop of water into an ocean of information. There's so much more we don't know, period, because we have not been exposed to it or understanding of it or whatever. So remember, I continue to pray in that law of three, which is so neat to me, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many wonderful blessings in the universe. And keep up the good work, staying out of the chaos. Reject the chaos and all the fear they try to send you. Monkeypox, this pox, another this or that. Remember, we've always had a flu season. For the last 45 years, we've had a flu season. There's always been a stronger, more variant that there have been doing this for years. Are they going to do it again? Yeah, of course they are. Is it going to kill us all? We'll see. Are they going to try to do the lockdown again? I don't know how effective it'll be. They're going to try a bunch of stuff. So we're just going to have to make some popcorn, sit back, keep an eye on these crazy people. Money box. That's a that's a thank you. Another way to sell something, you know. But with all the things, there are these folks that are supposed to be so, you know, conscious of stuff, and they're some of the products that they're using has got stuff in it. It's like, hey, ladies, I know you want to look nice and everything, but I've worked in theater, and there are many bases and makeups and things that just, there's a man, okay, but I'm supposed to have a tough skin and all. This makeup and stuff would, eat me alive. And here these women are putting it on their face 24/7 and this and that, and they wonder why their skin's wrinkled and oh my God, quit putting this shit on your face, please, Jesus, have a little common sense. Oh, but no, they got to make up this and that and plaster it on. And dear Lord, it's covering up your pores. And well, I want to look nice and all that. Yeah, but you're killing your skin. You're killing your face. I'm sorry, but and then I'm a moisturizer, and then this kind of izer, and something else for another kind of izer. Because you want your face to look nice. How about just the soap and water and, maybe a little eyeliner or something, a little lipstick to give yourself and maybe just a little puff on the cheeks here. But the rest of this stuff, please stop because you're killing yourselves. But it's all the rage. It's been the rage for a long time. But as a person who has been in, quite a few um, theater productions, and I had to buy hypoallergenic myself, even though I'm supposed to have this tough ass face. I don't see how y'all do it, and so people are getting cancers. I watch the commercials where the ladies, spray this stuff on to wipe away the years. Well, if you wouldn't have worn all this stuff to begin with, maybe your face wouldn't look so wrinkled and pockmarked like somebody. Never mind. A la natural, But anyway, I love you all, and women. I'd like to see, you know, ladies look like ladies, but to the point of being overdone, a little bit goes a long way when when it's applied properly. So save your faces, Too many ladies I've known, and then after all these years of wearing makeup constantly, it's like, hey Steve, yeah, what what happened to her face? I don't know. Did she, it looks like she put her face in a blender. Yeah, I know. It looks pretty rough, don't it? Yeah, Lord Jesus, but, but bless her heart. She does the best she can. Bless her heart. Southern joke. All right. You've been sick for a week. I've been sending you prayers, Michelle, because I know Nate was sick the other day. Yeah, virulent. Yeah, get well, get well, get well. Stay as healthy as you possibly can, and just know that I love you. And me and Doug we do pray every day, and um, I consider a privilege and an honor to know all all y'all out there, good Southern terminology, all y'all out there, and I really do, and I really appreciate all of the subscribers and folks, and those of you who've been with me for many years now. I so do appreciate it, and in talking with folks who actually Um, I see. I'm amazed that somebody actually listens and goes, you made a good point there, Dave. And I'm like, I'm honored. I really am. That's the best way to put it. I'm honored by you all hanging out and listening. And I try to pay attention and stuff, and listen to you all and repeat what you say. So, and by the way, we haven't had any show up tonight. Talked about a monkey. Yeah, even before it came. Yeah, they've been talking about a lot of stuff, Triple. Honestly, I mean, there are certain things that I remember them talking about back in the 70s, and before 1984 came out, and so um but in the in the latter eight, when Reagan took over and the wall came down and all that kind of stuff, and the aliens above us kind of thing, that was like a turning point for me. It was like, what? And then Daddy Bush took over after they tried to kill Reagan, because Bush wanted, he was in charge of the CIA, right? And he really wanted to be president, but they didn't quite kill Ronnie. And so he had to wait. But then I remember the night that George Bush made that Senior made that famous speech about, the New World Order, and, and the this. And I looked at him in his eyes on that TV set, and I went, oh, fuck, we're in trouble. And it's been weird ever since. So, but, I'm a survivor. Whether I'll survive this or other people will survive it. Um, yeah, I forget where you're from, Scratch. You in the UK? Or I got that wrong. Right, England. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, you got, Lord have mercy. You got some weird, crazy out people. I try to keep up with some of the stuff that's going on in UK and France and here and there. I listen to different versions of stuff just to keep up, right? And I just look and go, oh my God, how do you people put up with some of that shit? I mean, honestly, people in America bitch and bitch and bitch because they just love to bitch. But um, if they actually knew what was really going on in other parts of the world, I don't know if some of these people would shut up and mind their own business and be more grateful for what they already have. And you know me, I've pulled a couple of animal cards and recently, and that one of the prayers that keep coming out is that people need to just thank the universe and be grateful for what they have. And because if tomorrow you might not have none of it, but just be grateful for whatever it is, good or bad. Just, well, had a shitty day today, had a flat tire, blah blah blah, but I made it home safe. Yeah, crummy day, but you're still safe at home. That's a positive, right? So, and then maybe tomorrow's even better, and you don't have a flat tire, and maybe somebody, you find $100 bill on the ground and pays for your tire, and you're done. So, but um, stuff happens in the universe. I've had so many weird things happen to me from just driving back and forth to town out here in the country. You know, critters coming out, getting hit by deer, and I mean, just stuff that just because you're driving back and forth to work, just stuff happens. you know and you can't control it because it just stuff happens. But in that, we can't sweat it. It'll piss you off for a time being. And when a deer tears up the front of your truck for a second time and you don't get any of the deer meat because it ran off into the woods, you have a tendency to be a little ticked off. But, it is what it is. I'm safe. I didn't die. I'm good. Truck's been smacked, but she's okay. So in that respect, um, even though there's bad around it and it looks really tough, the end result is we're okay. So, with these crazy aliens flying around, and oh, by the way, that comet that blew up that we're supposed to be seeing the fragments of tonight, which I want to go out and see if there are any, um, is possibly actually a large spaceship that was blowed up. And it turned into what looked like a comet, okay, with all the fragments and everything. And having looked at this thing as how it disintegrated to turn it into rocks, um, to me, it almost looks like it got blowed up. So, there are aliens out there that are literally throwing rocks at us. They're taking rocks out of the asteroid belt and further, and they're literally throwing them at us. Okay. And whoo, there's another big rock to come flying by. Yeah. And the aliens are going, well, son of a bitch, that could have been a strike. And instead it was a spare, Oh, you only get two of them pins. Ah, damn it. Try again. So anyway, I love you all. Did I meet David Bowie? No. Yeah, I agree with that, Triple. There are some old variants of flu that go around into smaller circles, and it just depends on who is like the one that's going around down here right now. Um, it's been sneaky, but there wasn't anything going on around here a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. Everything was quiet, everybody's healthy. Then all of a sudden, ain't nobody screaming COVID, but a lot of folks in my neighborhood literally are sick. And so, is it COVID? Ain't nobody saying. They're not even trying to blame it on COVID. Okay, but folks are sick. Oh well, there's a virus going around. Is all that's being said between folks down here, right at the moment down here. So, of course, I haven't watched the local news to see if they're trying to promote this, but between folks, it's a virus. So, anyway, I love y'all. Be safe. How do they know they're never isolated? Yeah, that's about true, Scratch. Well, keep your head down, y'all, and um, but also keep your eyes open. They've already played. Just remember, Building 7. What? Building 7. Well, what would they do to us? Building 7. Well, you think they're going to Building 7, okay? Blah, blah, blah. Building 7. Well, what's that mean? They dropped a building in the middle of New York City without giving a shit about nobody. Building 7. No airplanes, no nothing. Building 7. Well, they do that to us? Building 7. Absolutely. Okay. So let's keep let's keep an eye on these mofos. Keep our heads down, but not panic. You know what I mean? Okay. Until next time, my dear friends. I love you all. Me and Doug are both, and keep it between the ditches. TTFN, Tata for now from South Georgia. And Bob, I want to say thank you to the AI out there. The stream seemed fairly stable tonight. Barry was able to get on, so that was cool. And all y'all out there, just be safe, okay? And before you get too upset, stop and think about it. Whatever it is, just stop and think about it a minute, because they're trying to promote so much fear. Monkeypox, fear. Monkeypox, fear. Monkeypox, fear. We're all going to die. We're all going to fear. So just calm down, keep your eyes open. So be safe. Cheers. Till next time. Love y'all. Oh, tomorrow night, Robert V. In Legends and Myths Native American Part 2 of Lewis and Clark and some other stuff. So bye, y'all. See you. Thank you, Elderberry. Thank you, Treple and Scratch. And Chloe was on. And of course, Michelle, get to feeling better. And all y'all, please be safe. Okay. See ya.